Okay, we're live, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Emily. Well, welcome everybody to March 8th Planning Commission. John, can you cover the procedural rules for the governor's executive order on virtual meetings?
Sure. In response to the governor's executive order for conducting virtual meetings, this meeting is being recorded and is also streaming live on RPA's YouTube channel if you prefer to view the meeting that way. Please see the chat box for the YouTube link if you want to use the YouTube link. As part of this executive order, all meeting materials must be posted on the site, which we've done, and all votes must be done by roll call vote, including establishing the quorum for the meeting.
Can you go ahead and conduct that roll call?
Sure. Todd Lehman.
Here.
Commissioner Martin. Commissioner Martin, do I see he must have stepped off for a minute?
Nope.
Oh, there he is.
I'm here. I'm here.
Lyle Coker.
Here.
Dave Matthews.
Here.
Chris Mabey.
Here.
Okay, Jimmy Parks, I don't see him on our screens. Okay, Barry Payne.
Here.
Okay, Blythe Bailey.
Here.
Okay, Councilman Darren Ledford.
Here.
Thomas Palmer.
Here.
Mary Kay Hyatt.
Here.
Adam Barone.
Here.
And Jason Farmer.
Here.
We have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you. As a reminder, all attendees must register prior to today's meeting to speak. The information was provided to applicants and public stakeholders as part of RPA's notification procedures. It's also posted on RPA's website. If you have not pre-registered, Emily, can they still register to speak?
Not to, no, but if
Okay.
they'd like us to submit comments to the legislative bodies, the city council or the county commission, we can accept those after today's meeting.
Okay, and they need to email rezoning@chattanooga.gov, and RPA staff will forward any emailed comments today to the appropriate local legislative body for review before final action is taken. Emily, do you want to cover items in regards to the chat and how we're going to go about calling on people and that sort of thing?
Sure. So the meeting is being recorded and streamed on RPA's YouTube channel. When it's your time to speak, I will call the name of the person and unmute their microphone, and then they will be allowed to speak. And then after the public comment portion has ended for that case, their microphones will then be muted and they'll no longer be able to speak. If you have any technical issues or things where you're having a hard time logging into the meeting, you can email rezoning@chattanooga.gov for staff support. If you also have any questions on the next steps in terms of the legislative action, whether city council or county commission, you can also email rezoning@chattanooga.gov and staff can assist you. And please note the Regional Planning Commission makes recommendations on the zoning cases to the appropriate legislative body. In these cases, we'll have another public hearing at either City Council or Hamilton County Commission. And those links to those websites are available on the RPA website as well.
Thank you, Emily. As a part of my opening remarks, I'll note our typical procedure for review of each case item, highlight some of the differences due to the fact that this is a virtual meeting. Planning commissioners have received the staff reports for cases on today's agenda, and we have had time to review those cases and the information prior to this meeting. We will use the following procedures for cases. For each case with a recommendation to approve or approve with conditions, I will ask the staff if anyone has notified staff that they'd like to speak in opposition to the case or to the conditions. If there is no one, unless a PC member requests a staff presentation, we'll proceed to a roll call vote. For staff recommendations to deny or for cases with registered speakers, we'll start with a staff presentation. Following the staff presentation, if there are no questions from PC members, I'll ask for the applicant to be recognized. The staff person will move the registered speaker into this forum with the Planning Commission, unmuting them and allowing them to speak. If for some reason your name is called and staff does not unmute you, please immediately raise your hand. Will that work, Emily?
Yes.
Okay. You'll be able to raise your hand using the button on your screen. The applicant will have a total of 7 minutes to present their request. Please note that there will be a time clock displayed on the screen that will keep track of your remaining time. If there's any opposition, the opposition will have a total of 9 minutes. If there are multiple speakers for opposition, I may ask you to wrap up your remarks so that others may speak. The applicant will have 2 minutes to respond. Please direct your comments to the Planning Commission and not to the audience or to the applicant. Once Planning Commission takes action, if you have any questions, please email rpa@rezoning@chattanooga.gov, and a staff member will follow up with you in the next several days. Note that for most of the requests, other than subdivisions, Planning Commission makes a recommendation and final action on the request is taken by the local council or commission the following month, allowing another opportunity for input. Staff will post next meeting dates on cases in the chat box. We'll now proceed with today's agenda. I'll add that in some cases, from time to time, we have a lot of people that want to speak in opposition, and the time limit is 9 minutes for opposition. And so, I do really have to cut people off. And I'll also mention that, if you're speaking in opposition to a case, try to make points that haven't been made by somebody else. Sometimes when we hear from opposition, we'll hear comments that are being repeated, and it's using up valuable time that opposition needs to be able to make a lot of different points. So if you're speaking in opposition to a case, just please listen to everything else that's being said and make sure that, as a speaker, you're helping the Planning Commission get a better understanding of the case and not just repeating over and over again things that have already been said. And then if I have to cut you off, it's not because I'm being rude, but because there's a number of people that want to speak as well, and we need to make sure to hear from as many people as we can. So just say that in advance. Hey, John, before I get started, are there any cases on today's agenda that have been withdrawn?
We have a deferral request, but I'm not aware of any withdrawals. Brian?
That's correct. No withdrawal requests. We do have 2 that wish to defer, and we'll be asking for a 30-day deferral, and those come up on the agenda.
Okay, and do either of those cases that are asking for a deferral, are we aware of any opposition?
Yes, there is opposition and support. That's item number 10 and 11 on the agenda, which is case 2021-33 and 2021-32.
Okay. All right, we'll get to those under new business. Let's go ahead and get started with the first case on the agenda is SD 2021-0008. And this is the Flipper Bend Phase 2, lots 17 through 52, located at 1300 block of Roberts Mill Road off of Mountain Laurel Trail. And this has a staff recommendation to approve. Emily, is there any opposition?
No, Mr. Chair.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve and has been properly seconded. Who's taking minutes, John?
I believe that's
Ledford, second.
Ledford second. Probably good just to announce for the records. We have somebody who usually uses the audio to keep those as a record. So if you just note when you make the motion, that would be good.
Yeah, I didn't catch those, but who made the motion?
Barry Payne.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Payne made the motion and Councilman Ledford seconded to approve. Is there any opposition? Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Matthews,
Aye.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Aye.
Bailey.
Aye.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
yes,
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Next case on the agenda is SD 2021-0009. This is Grove at Providence, lots 1 through 80, located at 7579 McDaniel Lane, and this has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present?
No, Mr. Chair.
Move to approve. Second. Ledford.
We have a motion to approve from Mr. Matthews. It has been properly seconded from Councilman Ledford. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Matthews,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Aye.
Bailey,
Aye.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
yes,
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Next case on the agenda is SD 2021-0010. And this is McDaniel Lane subdivision, lots 1 through 23, located at 7417 McDaniel Lane. This has a staff recommendation to approve. Emily, is there any opposition?
There is not.
I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Farmer that has been properly seconded from Mr. Matthews. Any discussion? All in favor,
Mr. Chair,
please-
Mr. Chairman, I meant to make a comment. May I? I meant to
Yeah.
make a comment on the previous one, but I appreciate you're going fast and I'll make my comment fast. It's a repeat from what I said a month ago. I think we should start to look more closely at the provisions in the subdivision regs that provide for the possibility of a continuation of streets. I think in this particular area, I think these two developments are related to one another, but they're certainly nearby. They're both creating one way in, one way out, which I think is going to cause problems with traffic and traffic congestion on Snow Hill Road and on Ottawa Georgetown Road in the future if we don't start to create at least the possibility of interconnected neighborhoods. Again, it's in the county, so I'm inclined to defer to my counterparts in the county and not go against this because there's plenty of precedent, but I do think we need to start looking at it.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. Any other discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Matthews,
Aye.
Maybe,
Aye.
Parks. Sorry, he's not here. Payne,
Aye.
Bailey,
Aye.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
yes,
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. First item under old business is case 2021-0023, and this is located at 6100 block of Highway 58, and this is an application to rezone from R1 residential zone to C2 convenience commercial zone, and it has a staff recommendation to deny. Emily, is the applicant present?
I believe so. I'm going to bring in John Cunningham, if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I'd like for Brian just to recap what we heard last month.
Sure. Yeah, this is a request to rezone from R1 to C2 for a proposed RV self-storage lot. And I think they're also going to store boats. Also store boats on the property. It's about a little less than an acre in size. Here's an aerial view of the property. It's located in the 6,000 block of Highway 58. You can see Harvest Run Road here, and here's the property, little triangle piece of property. It's currently zoned R1. To the north is R1. To the south is R1 and C2. To the east along Highway 58 is C2. And of course, to the west is R1. This property was rezoned to C2 with this R1 triangle piece left to serve as a buffer between the commercial and the residential to the left. This residential to the left is located in the county. Everything to the right is located in the city. This property was annexed into the city in 2012. To the west of this property is single family detached, and to the south is single family detached. And then of course, along Highway 58, you have commercial uses and a church. There is no adopted land use plan for this particular piece of property, so we rely on the comp plan, which is adopted in 2016. It describes this area as level 1 and level 4 intensity levels. Level 1 has the least potential for development for public services and facilities due to like slopes, floodplains. These are all protected areas. And level 4 has the potential for more medium to high intensity development. Staff recommendation was to deny this case. Proposal is compatible with adjacent land uses and development form found along Highway 58. Staff does have some concerns with nuisances from this property on the adjacent residential uses to the west. Staff recommended to deny the request to keep the R1 zone in place to serve as a buffer between the C2 and the residential neighborhood to the west. This is the site plan that was submitted with the original application. You see the red solid line, everything to the left of that solid line is the area being rezoned, and it shows a buffer, a 20-foot buffer, which is required by the zoning regulations. The applicant did submit a revised site plan last week. Again, the red line indicates the area to the left being rezoned. The applicant is proposing a 30-foot landscape buffer, or type A, along this boundary between the R1 and C2. So that's for discussion today. Again, what's required by the zoning code is a type B, which is 20 foot. But again, staff recommendation was to deny, to keep this entire area R1 to serve as that buffer.
Chairman, I have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Yes, Councilman Ledford.
Hey, Brian, the new site plan that was submitted, and I do know that Dr. Burrs was working with the applicant on this, and they have come to a solution that is agreeable. So how do we tie that new site plan to this, or is it already tied?
It is not tied. A condition would need to be, if Planning Commission wants to recommend approval, there would need to be a condition requiring a type A 30-foot landscape buffer along that boundary.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, when the time is right, I would like to make a motion.
Thank you, Councilman Ledford. Emily, is there anybody in opposition?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the applicant.
Okay. John Cunningham, you should be allowed to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
We're doing good. Thank you.
Obviously we were deferred, and I appreciate that because I made the mistake of talking to the wrong council person the last time around. And so I spent the last month going communicating with Dr. Burrs and Mr. Bridger just to make sure that the parties that needed to be involved were involved. And I had sent her the same explanation that I had sent y'all a little over a month ago, and she was extremely helpful and understood like our intentions by no means were to be a nuisance. And so going back and forth with her and Mr. Bridger, explaining the shadow boxes, the lighting, not having trash on site, etc., and then proposing instead of the type B, doing a type A 30-foot buffer that we would replant. That ended up being the end result where it seemed like everybody involved would be happy with it and would work well for us, to be honest, too. And that's where we're at today. Is the new drawing is what we propose that I believe is agreed upon by all parties if we go ahead and do a type A 30-foot buffer.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
No, thank you all.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to approve using a condition of a type A 30-foot buffer.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Ledford referencing the condition that there be 30-foot type A landscape buffer. And who seconded that?
Yes, Farmer?
Martin.
Martin, my bad.
Thank you, Commissioner Martin. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Coker.
Yes.
Matthews.
Aye.
Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Aye.
Bailey.
Aye.
Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Barone.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Bridger, I was looking at taking these two cases that have been where they're requesting deferrals that you had said there was opposition here for those. And just look, you move those up on the agenda. And you had said it was case 23 and 32. Is that what you said?
32 and 33, agenda items 10 and 11.
32 and 33. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so those are for the Champions Club, but there's some other stuff on the agenda for the Champions Club that's not being deferred, right?
That is
That is
correct.
correct.
And is the opposition the same?
I believe so.
Okay, well then it doesn't make any sense to.
Yeah, and we have opposition to the first several cases as well.
Okay, that's fine. I was just trying to see if there was a possibility of getting people off the call and back to work. So we'll just take them in order on the agenda. First case in the agenda under new business is 2021-0026. And this is located at 7038 Ottawa Georgetown Road. And it's an application to rezone from A1 Agricultural District to RT1 Residential Townhouse District. And this has a staff recommendation to deny. So I'd like to hear the case from Mr. Schultz. And Emily, I'm assuming we have opposition here in regards to this case.
Yes, Mr. Chair, 6 people have registered to speak, and then you all received an additional written comments from 7 more people as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Unmute myself. This is case 2021-26, request to rezone from A1 to RT1 for multifamily development. It's about a little less than 11 acres in size. Proposed number of units is 117 units. That equals a density of 10.8 dwelling units per acre. This was located at 7038 Ottawa Georgetown Road. This is probably a little more than a mile away from the case we heard last month at Rado Road. This is the site located here. Here's I-75 just to the west or left of the screen. And here's the site highlighted in the yellow here. This is going up White Oak Mountain. This is a view south of the site looking along Ottawa Georgetown Road. The site's just to the right. This is a view looking west of the site along Ottawa Georgetown Road at Harriet Lane. The site is just to your right of the picture. This is a view looking north along Ottawa Georgetown Road. The site is just to the right, indicated by the yellow line. This is another view looking south along Ottawa Georgetown Road. The site just to the left of this picture. This is another view looking south along Ottawa Georgetown Road, just showing you this area is primarily single family detached residential dwellings. This development also fronts Siler Road. So this is a view looking along Siler Road. This is the site just looking dead ahead of those trees. This is a view east of the site from Siler Road. Another view east from Siler Road of the site. Again, this is A1. Everything around this property is A1. To the north, further north, about half a mile, we do have R1 PUD. And then everything to the south, east, and west, immediately abutting this property is A1. In 2017, there was a case to rezone some property in Ottawa Georgetown from A1 to C2. That was actually denied by County Commission. Then in 2019, along Snow Hill Road, there was a rezone to A1 to R1 to RTZ. That was also denied at County Commission. And then just as I stated last month, just further south, about a mile to the south of this site, there was a request to rezone from A1 to R3 and a PUD that was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission and has since been deferred at County Commission for a month. This is the property here highlighted in yellow. As you can see, everything around this property is large lot, single family detached to residential. There are no townhomes in this vicinity. This is in the White Oak Mountain Area Plan, which was adopted in 2019, which the plan recommends suburban residential place type. That designation consists primarily of single family detached housing with a density of 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. But again, the predominant character in the suburban residential place type is single-family detached housing. There are opportunities for duplexes and patio homes and townhomes if the massing is limited and the density is compatible with adjacent properties. Staff looked at this and felt that the attached townhomes with a density of 10.8 dwelling units per acre and buildings with 8 attached units in one building is not consistent with adopted land use plan. The Area 12 plan identifies other areas that are more appropriate for higher density residential, such as to the south along Ooltewah-Georgetown Road on Lee Highway, Old Cleveland Pike, and East Brainerd Road, near East Hamilton High School. There are no other RT1 zones near this property. One of the biggest things I think we need to talk about is development of form. Again, the form of this area is primarily single-family detached dwellings on larger lots. Approval of this zone would introduce a new residential form, small lot attached dwellings. It's also through our transportation department, we noted that with 117 units, this will generate 856 additional daily trips on the Ooltewah-Georgetown Road. This increase in density would cause traffic capacity issues for Ooltewah-Georgetown Road. And right now through the RTP, there's no future road projects identified in this general area. So based on those review standards or comments, staff recommended to deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Okay, Dawson Halliday, you should be able to speak.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, well, first off, hey, thank you guys, everybody on this call. Just thank you for caring about the community, most everyone in opposition, everybody on this committee. I'm just grateful for you guys and the job you do. Hey, secondly, I just wanted to mention, I live in this community. I'm on Ooltewah-Georgetown Road literally every single day. I live right there. I'm not an outside developer from somewhere else. I'm looking to come here and do anything. I actually own a small business in Ooltewah, in the Ooltewah area. And that's kind of what's led me to really look for some housing such as this in this area, simply because I have team members that work for me. I have about 30 full-time team members. And of those 30 full-time team members, only 2 of them live in the Ooltewah area. Everybody else lives in Cleveland, or actually have to live in Georgia, just because of where we are kind of in this situation. I actually bought a house. Only 2 people. The reason why 2 people do live in the area is because I actually had to buy a house for them so they could just stay and be able to work in the area. I actually went and sat down with all the apartment complexes in town to try and help get them into these complexes. And literally they didn't have room for me. The prices, if they did, were really high, and it was really tough. And so to even find a space for them in the community. And I think you guys all see this going on as well. The only thing, if you look, most everything being approved is R1 single family, which is great, but the price point on that is $300,000 to $400,000. And, quite frankly, not everybody can afford that, especially if we need a workforce for this area. We're really excited, Volkswagen's bringing an electric car, things of that nature. There's only about, really, in this kind of area that we're in, there's only about 20 or so townhomes. And anytime they come available, around 200,000, they're gone that same day. And so there's this immense need for this in the area for a place for people to live. And my goal is, like I said, I live in this area. I'm going to be on this road every single day. And I know you mentioned, traffic concerns and density concerns, things of that nature. My goal is I want to keep, the barrier around this property. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of property for sure. I want to make the creek available to everyone who would live there. I don't plan on any access off of Schuyler Road, simply so a lot of the reasons that you just mentioned right there. I thought you articulated that very well. But I want to create something that the community be proud of, because I'm part of this community, and it's important to me. But I do think that the biggest part of a community is the need of the people. And there is a certain element of people here that really have this need and a place to live that we don't have right now. And so I just would ask and appeal to everyone, and just think about, those individual people. A lot of people live in this area, are higher earners or maybe retired or things of that nature, and you don't necessarily have to, worry about that. But I would just appeal to giving an opportunity for individuals to have an ability to live and work in the area versus just work in the area and have to commute from other towns or even states. Once again, I thank you guys for hearing me out. I thank you for even your consideration. I just hope that you'll help me do the right thing here for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Any questions for the applicant before we hear from the opposition? All right. Emily, can we?
Yep, I'm going to bring in our first speaker, Lisa Goolsby. And just a note for all the opposition, there are 6 people that have registered to speak, and the opposition has a total of 9 minutes, so please keep your comments brief. But Lisa, you should be allowed to speak now. Lisa Goolsby.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I want to say I live in this community. I also have a small business in Ottawa, and I have 24 employees. I've never really had to worry too much about their housing. And when I have, I've been able to find housing for them in the community, much closer to their work environment. My concerns were perfectly stated by Mr. Schultz, so I don't know that I need to take up a lot of time to restate what he said and why this has been opposed and recommended not to go forward. I used to sit on a planning commission up in Michigan, and I just know that our rural community here where this development is being proposed and the roadway, which I travel multiple times a day, is not appropriate for this type of development.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now bring in Jay Underwood. Jay Underwood.
Jay, your mic is muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jay Underwood. I have lived in Ooltewah basically my entire life, except for 3 years when I was in school. My parents live about 100 yards from this property, and my brother lives about 100 yards in the other direction from this property. My parents have been at their house since the 70s. They both have properties with acreage. That is the character of this area, is properties with acreage. And a dense development like this would be totally inconsistent with the character of the area. So that's the first point I'd like to make. Of course, it would add significant traffic on Ooltewah-Georgetown Road, like the staff report noted. I'd also
Dr. David Rankin.
I'd also note, in connection with traffic, the other projects south of this between it and Lee Highway that are being, in various stages. So Ooltewah-Georgetown Road's already heavily trafficked, but, we oppose this. We think it would diminish the appeal of the area. It would negatively affect the other properties that are around it. And we think there are better places to do something like this. We've started a petition that last I looked at it, 320 people had signed as of this morning. I linked it in the email that I sent to y'all. And that's all I've got. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you. Ann Underwood, you should be allowed to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I have, like my son said, I've lived here for 45 years, right next to this property. I feel like everyone else has said, this is very uncharacteristic for our rural and agricultural area here. We have horses and chickens and, farm type living. Also, I just want to say that the property was bought in a misrepresentation manner. The owner that's lived there for 40 years is a friend of mine, and Mr. Halliday, they kept approaching her. Her property was not for sale, but she decided to listened to their talk, and he finally told her he was going to live there and raise his 2 daughters there, which appealed to her because she raised her 3 daughters there. And so she finally decided to sell. So I believe that the property was acquired, the wrong way. Also, I had an interesting email from a gentleman that lived in Blue Ridge, and I don't know if he's on the thing to speak. Do you have a Joel Smith that's going to speak?
I do not.
Okay, well, I'm going to read you briefly his email that he sent me. He lives in Bellew, and he is a firefighter. And he said, I pointed out that from fire department side of things, we already struggle getting our large apparatus up and down this narrow stretch of road, and developing it further would make it more dangerous for both the residents and for us as first responders. For much of the road, there's no shoulder for anyone to pull off on when we respond through here. I have nearly been in several wrecks running emergency traffic down this stretch, and the increased traffic from the proposed development would make this even harder and create longer response times, which in turn translate to higher risk for saving life and property. That's something that needs to be stressed, he said. So same concerns as everyone else with the traffic and the type of development in our little agricultural area. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm now going to bring in Brad Dolan. You should be able to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My wife also wants to make a comment. Will that be part of my time?
Yes, just
Okay.
please keep it brief. There's still 2 other people that have registered to speak.
Absolutely. So as a previous caller noted, the Planning Commission, we think, did an excellent job. The staff did an excellent job of highlighting the reasons why this is not a good idea. There are infrastructure issues. We understand that those are often resolved later, but there are significant infrastructure issues, especially Ottawa-Georgetown Road and traffic problems. I've spoken with or emailed with probably 100 members of my community here. I live in Bella Ridge, and everyone is concerned about that. There's virtually unanimous concern about this development. It's not consistent with our area plan, as the Planning Commission noted. And one thing I would like to point out is that the area plan does identify that locations closer to the commercial center may be more appropriate for this kind of development. That's all I have. Jerry, you want to say something?
All very well stated. I wanted to point out that the density for the plan is up to 5 homes per acre, and this exceeds that by more than double. Holiday's asking for 11. And while it's, I understand his need for his workers his team members to have close living quarters, I personally commute almost 100 miles to my workplace because my husband goes the opposite direction. So there's choices that people make when they choose jobs. And I think there's quite a bit of housing available within much easier commute distance than I have, specifically off the Shallowford Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Bookout, you should be allowed to speak. Your mic is muted, Sharon.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything additional to add to any of the points that have been made, but I would respectfully ask that you deny this request and follow the guidance that's been provided in the Area 12 plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Katie Welch.
Does not go with a single family and the acreage that everyone has. And, the road is so dangerous. Our driveway is literally right beside this, and it is very difficult already to get out of our driveway. So I just ask that you deny this request.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that's the end of the people that have registered to speak.
Thank you, Emily. And for those of you that took time out of your day to speak in opposition, I just want to thank you personally for how articulate you were and how brief you were. It's uncommon for us to hear from 6 people and hear 6 different comments, and I just appreciate how organized you were and thoughtful you were in your opposition. To Mr. Holliday, You've got 2 minutes to respond to what we've heard. You're muted at the moment.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And thank you everyone for, hey, your thoughts and care about the community. Hey, one thing about the traffic, the great part about it is the property is at the north side. And so it's actually just as fast to the interstate to go Mountain View, right? So you can kind of split both ways in order to do that, to alleviate some of that traffic if that is some of the concern there. Also, we have to realize that there's like 600 houses going north of that anyway. So the traffic is already there going to increase and be part of this. From a density perspective, I actually agree. The density I laid out simply is not exactly what I'm going to build or what I'd like to build, because that's all 2 units. I mean, I'd love to have some 3 units, some garage units, some 4-bedroom units in there as well. And so I actually agree with the density in terms of being able to decrease that a little bit. And I've talked to Chester about that, several times of what we need to do there. So I'm in agreement on that point of, hey, how do we decrease the density, slightly with that? But also realizing at the same time, in order to make this affordable for the people that I'm trying to help, we're going to have some sort of density there, right, in order to be able to do that. And so that's my ask kind of as far as that goes. And I realize that, hey, this is a beautiful, beautiful land, beautiful place. But the area is growing so fast with so many businesses coming into the area. Like I mentioned with Volkswagen and even talking with several people at McKee, the growth that's happening is just, it's going quick. And so I just really want to be able to provide for, while the land's important, the most important is the people here and the people here that have a place to live and go. And so that's my ask. I'm just grateful for everyone. I'm grateful for the time, and I'm thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Well, I'll open the floor for discussion. I'll kick us off with just how thoughtful the opposition was and staff has been in responding to this. I think the primary concern is the fact that Area 12 plan has just recently been completed. And, I think John and Brian could probably help us better understand, and Mr. Holliday, where a project like this would be better suited in Area 12, because I think there are areas where something like this would make sense and staff would be in support of it. The concerns about traffic historically don't weigh heavily on our decision, but the concerns about, the density for sure, and, just conforming with what's there in regards to density, I think there's some pretty valid points. So I'll open the floor for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just make a few comments sort of related to your comment. Obviously, this process is a land use process, and what makes sense in a rezoning for a particular location. So again, the only comment I'd make related to that is a lot of times, this planning commission should look at land use and whether it's appropriate transitions, existing land use areas, land use plans. And then a lot of the issue related to how many units someone can get on a site, what that looks like, what the impacts are. A lot of that is more of a permitting issue than it is relative to really a land use. Now, obviously, whatever the land use turns into has an impact on transportation systems, drainage systems, stuff like that. But we do have certain processes in place to deal with that once that happens. And so I just wanted to make that comment that permitting is the next phase. Obviously, whether this is an appropriate zone for this location is obviously what my decision is going to rest on. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow your suit, Chairman, in saying that was a really respectful and professional presentation on both sides. I think that was a prime example of how most cases should go. And I appreciate both the applicant and the opposition. And I even heard, I think, some realization in that, listening to the case from the applicant when he referred to density. I will say I'm not inclined to go forward with this and definitely support staff's recommendation because of the Area 12 plan in this case. But I also think that the applicant's heart seems to be in the right place, and was wondering if the applicant might consider withdrawing this case, given what realization has come out of it, and maybe come back with a different plan involving more of the community input.
So, Mr. Holliday, what Councilman Ledford alluded to is that, and neither he or I can speak on behalf of the entire commission, but you do have a staff recommendation to denial. And having served on the commission for quite some time, I suspect that we're about to hear a motion to deny this. And I think, I'm guessing that's what we're about to hear. And what Councilman Ledford has proposed is that you withdraw this case and come back in the future with something that might be more amenable to staff and the Planning Commission. Emily, can we hear from?
He's unmuted,
Oh, I'm
Mr.
muted.
Halliday.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought I was muted, guys. Please forgive me there. Honestly, just to be honest with everyone here, and I've told Emily this numerous times, I'm new to this. I'm not a developer. I'm someone that sees a need, and I'm trying to help the need that I have for my team because I care about them, and also the need for the community. And at the same time, too, like I'd love, Chester's kind of been helping me understand this a little bit too, and in terms of decreasing density. And so I don't know necessarily the ramifications one way or the other of what that looks like, even in this process. You guys are all much larger experts than myself. I promise you that. And so would it be possible for me to kind of consult with him and talk to Chester a little bit and then make that decision via email or call Emily at a later date? Is that a possibility?
You can ask to defer this case if you'd like to continue discussions. I, for one, would encourage you to have those discussions with the community, the people that you just heard here in opposition. I'm sure Emily would be happy to forward you their contact information, and not just the commissioner. I certainly value the input of our city council and commissioners, but even more importantly is the input from the community that was a part of the Area 12 plan. And so if you want to request a deferral for 30 to 60 days to have those conversations, I think Planning Commission would be amenable to that.
Okay. Can you mean just shoot that over her via email, or is that?
No, you need to ask. You need to ask for that right now, and we need to take action.
Okay. Yeah. If that's all right, that'd be great. Can we defer that? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion.
Yes.
It's Greg Martin. I'd make a motion that we defer for 60 days.
Second.
We have a motion to defer for 60 days from Commissioner Martin, and it has been seconded by Councilman Ledford. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Coker.
Yes.
Matthews.
Aye.
Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Yes.
Bailey.
Aye.
Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Barone.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody. I thought that was well done. Next case on the agenda is case 2021-0027, and this is located at 2203 Milne Street. And it's an application to rezone from R1 residential zone to R2 residential zone. It has a staff recommendation to approve. Emily, is there any opposition present?
No, Mr. Chair.
Move to approve, Chairman.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Ledford, and it was properly seconded from Ms. Hyatt. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Coker.
Yes.
Matthews.
Aye.
Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Barone. Yes. Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Next case on the agenda is case 2021-0028 and actually 2021-0029. And these are located at 6725 Edward Georgetown Road. And this is an application to rezone from A1 Agricultural District to R1 Single Family Residential District. And then case 29 is a special permit for residential plan unit development. 28 has a staff recommendation to approve, and 29 has a staff recommendation to deny. We're going to hear both these cases together and rule separately on them. So, Mr. Schultz, if you'll kick us off.
Sure. We'll first talk about case 2021-28. This is a request to rezone this property from A1 Agriculture District to R1 Single Family. Proposed use is single family subdivision and a church. Total acres is about 27.28. Number of acres dedicated to the church is 3.22. Proposed number of units on this property is 118 dwelling units, and that equals a density of 4.99 dwelling units per acre. Location of this is 6725 Ooltewah Georgetown Road. This is just south of the site we just discussed. Here's Bellow Ridge subdivision to the right or to the east. And then Raydoe Road is just to the south that we heard last month. Here's the view of the site looking south on Ooltewah Georgetown Road. The site right here that abuts the interstate. This is a view of the site looking north along Ooltewah Georgetown, actually from Bellow Ridge subdivision entrance to the site. This is a view looking east into the Ooltewah Georgetown, from Ooltewah Georgetown Road into Bellow Ridge. This is a view north of the site along Ooltewah Georgetown Road, just showing some of the single family detached dwellings, large lot. This is a view looking south along Ooltewah Georgetown Road from the site. This is currently zoned A1 and a little bit of M2, because that's along the right away of the interstate. But everything in this property is A1. To the north is A1. A little further north is some R5 zones. To the east is A1, and then further east in Bellow Ridge subdivision is R1 subdivision. The heavier, intense manufacturing commercial zones are to the west of this site across the interstate in this little industrial park area. So you do have some M2 zones sitting here again, that's across the interstate from this site. There is no zoning history on this particular piece of property, but there is some adjacent zoning history to this property. In 2004, Bellow Ridge subdivision was rezoned from A1 to R1 with a density of 2.9 dwelling units per acre. And as I stated last month, there was a case on Raydoe Road to rezone this from A1 to R3. And then just further north off the map is the case we just discussed prior to this case. Again, this is a vacant piece of property. It's been used as a farm over the years. To the north is large lot single family detached subdivisions. To the east is large lot single family. And of course, you have the Bellow Ridge smaller lot subdivision sitting just to the east as well. And to the south is single family detached on large lots. And you look to the west across I-75, that's where most of the industrial zoning and uses are currently located. There's no single family attached in this general vicinity. This property does have a small floodplain and floodway to the south of the property, which I've highlighted on the screen. This is located right here. The lighter blue is the floodway, and then darker grayish blue is the floodplain. This is also located in the White Oak Mountain Area Plan, which recommends suburban residential place type and the reserve place type. Suburban residential consists primarily of single family detached housing with similar house and lot sizes in each neighborhood with a density of anywhere between 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. And the reserve consists areas of steep slopes, 30% or greater, or 100-year floodplains. And that's why you see to the south, that floodplain that comes across, so that's where the reserve is located. Staff recommended to approve the rezoning, the proposed R1 district, which allows single family residential development with densities from 1 to 5 dwelling units per acre, is consistent with Area 12 plan goals. Single family detached uses and institutional uses are permitted in the R1 zone and would be compatible with adjacent land uses. And the proposal for R1 district, which allows single family detached residential as development form, is consistent with adjacent development form. So staff recommends to approve the rezoning. Now, case 21-2029 is the application for the PUD. Same piece of property, but here's the PUD plan that was submitted with the request. You can see here's looking to the south, this is the west of the screen or left. This is the church that's located here with a walking trail connected to the single family attached. This is all attached townhome units in this proposed PUD that was submitted with the application. It has 8 2-unit structures, 54 3-unit structures, and 56 4-unit attached structures in this residential part of the PUD. Again, it's 118 units with a density of 4.99 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommended to deny the request. There was some aspects of the PUD that were supported by the area plan. A proposed density of 5 dwelling units per acre would be compatible with the plan. There is precedent for R1 PUDs in this area. The site is located near the interstate along the edge of a residential single family area on a collector road that is a positive of the PUD. This PUD plan also shows a little less than 8 acres of open space, including floodway protection, which supports the area plan recommendations for natural resources protection. However, staff did have concerns with approving an entire development of attached housing with no single family detached at this location. Because as we discussed in the last case, this introduced a new development form that's not present in this area. Again, this area is all large lot, single family detached dwellings. Introducing this type of development form would change that characteristic. So staff recommends to deny the PUD as submitted. The applicant did submit a revised PUD plan as of last week. Actually, on March 3rd, a new PUD plan came back in, same piece of property. He changed the mixture of uses. He's now introducing 50 single family detached dwellings to the interior of this development. There are no 2-unit units. He's reduced the number of 3 units to 24 and the number of 4 units to 44. Also introducing a landscape buffer along Ooltewah-Georgetown Road, and he shifted the attached units to along the perimeter abutting I-75. So it has changed since last time. So again, based on the original PUD plan, which is all attached units, staff recommended to deny. But Planning Commission, if you want to, you can take up the new PUD plan submitted by the applicant as of last week.
Brian, would staff be able to venture a new recommendation based off of that revised site plan?
John, feel free to interrupt me, but I think we would, because he's introduced more single family, shifted the attached units to along the perimeter along I-75 and along Ooltewah-Georgetown Road. You have more of that single family development. So I would suspect staff would be more favorable to this PUD plan.
And I think because of this property is right on the edge of the interstate, I think that's critical. Clearly, if this is the middle of a single family area, but this abuts right up to the interstate, and to me, it's an appropriate transition from again, interstate, you have townhomes moving down to single family detached as you go along the road. And it's still within the density cap of 5 dwelling units per acre.
Yeah, same number of units, you're right at 5 dwelling units, which is supported by the land use plan.
Thank you. Before we hear from the applicant, are there any questions for staff?
I have one, Chairman.
We've got one from Commissioner Martin and then Councilman Ledford.
Yeah, my question is that a church there to the left of the screen that I'm looking at?
Yes, sir. That is a church, proposed church.
And I guess my question is, it's more about the process than this project, is what kind of zoning has to happen for a church to be there?
Churches are permitted in any zone.
Okay.
So
why is it on?
The church could go in the current A1 zone as is currently zoned today.
Okay. So we're really not rezoning that part with the churches then. I mean, it's inconsequential.
The applicant has
PUD. Because it's a PUD. You got to show where your uses are going.
Yeah. And the applicant has made it easier to rezone the entire piece of property, get it under one zoning designation. Now, If he came back later on because it's just a PUD and that church for whatever reason does not happen, he wants to do residential, that's a major change. It would come back before Planning Commission and County Commission.
Okay, and I guess my question would be, I mean, I know a little bit about church planning. Do they have a church planner lined up? Does that really matter? It just seems unusual to me that this would be a part of the conversation, and I'm just trying to understand.
Right. That's something you can ask the applicant. Again, if he shows the church, he doesn't necessarily have to build that church.
I got you. Okay, well so in other words, that's just part of the sales pitch. We're going to put a church there, but that doesn't necessarily mean a church is going there.
Correct. If he wants to do anything, the good thing about the PUD, if he wants to do anything other than a church, that's considered a major change, would have to come back for this body for review.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I was just more curious about the whole conversation about a church.
Okay, maybe the applicant can answer more of your questions for you.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Chairman. Brian, are we able to tell the distance between the units from this PUD?
I don't think it shows it on the PUD plan, but the PUD regulations require 10 foot between structures.
Thank you, sir. That's my question.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Any other questions? We'll hear from the applicant first.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm going to bring in Stefan and Chris.
Emily, have we got opposition?
We do. We have 2 people that have registered to speak, and then you also received written comments from 3 additional individuals.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
So Stefan and Chris should be allowed to speak.
Thank you guys very much for hearing this application this afternoon. I appreciate the time that you've taken on it. I also wanted to apologize for the multiple site plans. I work as the Director of Development for Turner Homes here in Knoxville, Tennessee. And just to answer a few of those questions that were asked up front, the way that we came about this property is actually in conjunction with the Two Rivers Church, which is currently renting a gymnasium from a school nearby. And the pastor of that church, whose office is right down the road there on Georgetown Pike or Road, is very close friends with the owner of the company that I work for. And so this came to them, and that's where the concept began, as well as why that church is designated on this plan. We actually, once we begin this process, are going to be donating all of the land for the church to them, so that they'll be able to build that. So there's not any question as to whether or not we would ever want to come back and try to do something else with that plan. We originally submitted our site plan based upon just a layout. And once we received staff comments, as well as in being in contact with a number of people in the community, we were able to revise that last week and resubmit it for your consideration. Last week, I was able to have a Zoom meeting with a community group that's formed from the neighboring communities, Bella Ridge, and the adjacent property owners. And so we were able to get together, present them with this new site plan with revisions that looked at their concerns and our effort to try to address some of those, and able to have a nice about hour-long discussion about that. And so the biggest things, as were mentioned, that we changed again was the use from all attached homes, single-family homes, to about 40-45% detached single-family homes, as well as the landscape buffer. The residents had some concern about the basketball court that we had planned there as far as lighting, who would be able to use it. We were able to take that off our plan and just institute that as a green space. They wanted to assure some things like sidewalks, as well as just making sure that this was not a rental neighborhood, which we were able to confirm for them that obviously all these homes are built as for sale, and it's not in any way a rental community. And other than that, just really appreciate the community too reaching out. We were able to speak with one of the local developers there at Bella Ridge and get some insight, as well as Chester, to discuss it with him. And so we appreciate your consideration of it, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right. We'll hear from opposition, and we'll circle back with you.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Brad Dolan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So a little bit similar to the previous discussion. I mean, this is definitely a different kind of development, but in talking with my neighbors and friends in this area, quite a number of them, there's a universal concern that this, as the planning staff noted, this is primarily an area of single-family detached homes, and it has a kind of a semi-rural character here, and we feel like this development may not be consistent with that character. Also, I heard many people again express concerns about infrastructure, in particular traffic on Ottawa-Georgetown Road. I appreciate what I heard, that often gets handled at another time, but when it becomes the point of a safety concern, maybe we should think about it. That's all I've got. Do you have anything, Jerry? Wife?
Yes, I just wanted to add again that this seems to have a foot in the door to make this rural area into a very high density rezoning. We have 3 areas that are now high density being proposed, 2 of which have been tabled for 60 days. However, this one, if approved, will be a segue right into allowing these others. Something that was proposed during the community meeting with the developer was to try to stay more in character with this neighborhood, this area, and to put up a sound wall like they do in Atlanta and other larger cities to allow a larger single-family home in those areas and not have anything attached. We do appreciate the green space. Working in environmental as I do for a living, I'm very concerned that they're going to be building in a 100-year flood zone. That water has to go somewhere. And if they are building up that area to place their homes, it's still going to go somewhere. That means it's going to go in somebody else's property or flooding the road, as this road tends to do. And I do appreciate your consideration for denying this project.
Thank you. Now I'm going to bring in Sharon Bookout. Sharon?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for allowing me to speak today. I'm in agreement with the comments that the Dolans made, but I also wanted to just say that this particular development has 118 units, and it deviates from the area plan because over 50% of those are 3 and 4 multifamily attached units, which are a completely new housing type to this area. And the plan recommends single family homes at this location. All the existing homes around here are single family or agricultural sites. And I feel that if we were to approve this application, we're going to set a precedent for future developments that are outside the plan's recommended area type. And also, as I mentioned, the immense volume of new residents and their vehicles will certainly overburden the already crowded, narrow 2-lane road that is Ottawa-Georgetown. So I respectfully ask that you deny this request and follow the guidance provided in the Area 12 plan. Thank you.
That's it for opposition, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Emily. We'll circle back to the applicant and give Mr. Clare and Sharp an opportunity to respond to what we've heard from opposition.
Okay, well, I first just wanted to say thank you again to those neighbors of the property for taking the time to speak today. As I said in our community meeting, I completely feel their concern and understand where they're coming from. I hope that the fact that we were so quick to revise our site plan shows, which is what we want to portray, that we're very open to the suggestions, the feelings of the community, as well as the feelings of this planning commission. And so we want to be able to be in line with the regulations, the plans that you guys have, not trying to get anything special, but just being able to work within your guidelines. And so we feel like we're trying to do that now, but we're open to the suggestions of the commission. And we're really looking forward, hopefully, to getting to build there in your area. It's a beautiful area, and we hope to provide a really nice product for people in both price ranges, those that are affordable for a newer starter family, starter home, as well as those who are buying a single family detached home at a much higher price point. And so we, again, just appreciate the time of everyone and being able to take consideration of this.
Thank you. All right, I'll open the floor for discussion. regarding we're going to rule on these two cases separately. So the first case that we should discuss and take action on is case 2021-0028, which is the application for rezoning from A1 to R1.
Sir?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'm unmuted. I didn't know if you could hear me. I'm Chris Sharp. I'm the Turner Homes civil engineer. I guess just a couple points. My thought behind, I kind of agree that going from single family to more dense attached type setup toward the interstate provides a good transition, and that combined with the landscape buffer along Ooltewah-Georgetown Road, I don't think the attached units will be readily visible from the main road anyway. And as far as the stormwater concern, we will have to meet all of Hamilton County engineering's flow control requirements and water quality requirements, and we understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we would approve to this first case to rezone from A1 to R1.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
Second.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
We have Mr. Farmer making a motion and a second from Todd Lehman and a handful of others. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Gopher.
Yes.
Matthews. Payne.
Yes.
Bailey.
No.
Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Barone.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. In regards to case 2021-0029, which is the special permit for PUD and having staff recommendation to deny, what's the will of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Mr. Bailey?
I think that was Mr. Ledford, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Chairman. Brian, will you please confirm for me, because I have 6 feet as a PUD requirement or a minimum between structures?
It's 10 foot between structures for a PUD.
It's 10 foot between structures.
Yes.
Okay. Chairman, my next question is for clarity. Are we voting on the original PUD?
We're voting on whatever you want to make a motion on, or anybody else.
And then my next question is, can staff clarify or confirm that the second PUD that was presented would most likely have been granted a favorable recommendation?
Yes, I can answer the second part of that question. I think as we discussed earlier, based on the revisions of providing more single family and shifting all attached along the interstate and keeping single family along Ooltewah-Georgetown Road, I think you'd receive a favorable recommendation from staff. And the density is still less than 5.
Brian, how do you identify that PUD? What do you call that PUD?
I think Mr.
For the record,
it's the applicant revised PUD plan with a date of 3/3/21. That's the one that will get sent with the Planning Commission recommendation to County Commission.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Schultz, I've got a question for you. Does the 3321 PUD plan, the revised PUD plan, does it meet the Area 12 plan?
It does. It has the density. That plan recommended 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. It does. This is at 4.99. Now the question is, it says a majority of this site should be single family and suburban residential place type. They're showing 50. If you add up the number of attached, it is more than the majority. So I think, for the most part, it does meet the plan recommendation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Farmer.
I'm going to make a motion, but just one quick comment first. even if we look further into today's agenda, we're seeing more and more townhouses. We had a case last month where we had a townhouse development. This is a trend that I don't think is gonna slow down, and we're gonna keep seeing some of these cases, providing some more density as land costs go up, and the focus to try to provide some more affordable housing options. I feel like this is a really good transition in how this developer is doing this, and being able to provide some density and some affordable options. So I would like to make a motion to approve the revised March 3rd, 2021 site plan.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the 3321 PUD request, and it has been properly seconded. That motion was by
Mr. Chairman.
The second was from Councilman Ledford. Is that Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, just to clarify, hearing staff say that their recommendation would change, I would change my vote on the previous motion, although it won't matter to the outcome, but I'm going to be supporting the PUD as well. Just to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Coker.
Yes.
Matthews. Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Barone.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair. Chair, if I may add one other just comment for everybody's reference on this case, just to kind of, I know we probably would have had quite a bit of deliberation on the revised site plan. I think one of the important factor to look at is location, location, location. And the fact that this property is next to an interstate and you do have sewer going through it, I think to me creates a little more discretion in looking at density, and it'd be different, I think, had this been again in the interior of a established single family area where there was an adjacent interstate. So I think that played a role also in giving a little more weight to increase the amount of townhouses. So I'll just leave y'all with that.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add a comment also. Obviously, and agreeing a little bit with what Mr. Bridger said relative to land use and what we do in this body and from a transition, but I only want to make some comments to Ooltewah Georgetown Road. That is a county public road. And so when you hear statements like unsafe roads, you want to make some comment. It is interesting. I always sort of bring up how many cars are driving on the road, because I think you get a real sense of growth and density. It's interesting on this section of Ooltewah Georgetown, just a little bit south of here, headed toward Lee Highway. The average annual daily traffic in 2017 was 5,500. In 2018, it was 9,400. And it had basically trended about, a couple of a percentage over that. Now it's interesting, if you look on the other side of the road, Mountain View Road dropped. Now it didn't drop by the same amount, but I don't know why people are now driving Ooltewah Georgetown instead of Mountain View. There is quite a bit of development north. Now, obviously having choices of how to drive from a transportation perspective is good. Actually, on the other side of the interstate, you can get to 58. But so it is interesting that those volumes, I will tell you, Ooltewah Georgetown, we paved in the last year, restriped in the last year, and actually tried to add some shoulder. The most difficult thing on Ooltewah Georgetown Road is low shoulder. And I think a couple of the comments were related to that. And I agree, as you don't have a lot of area to recover, you have to be a little bit more cautious about the road. But I just want everybody to understand that we're always looking at safety of county roads. We're always looking at capacity of county roads. And so anytime I hear that roads are over capacity and unsafe, I do want to make a comment, because we do take those things very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Moving on to the next case, we've got case 2021-0030, and this is located at 3698 and 3710 Faith Road. And this is an application to rezone from R1 residential district to RTZ residential townhouse zero lot line district, and has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present?
No, Mr. Chair.
I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve with conditions.
Is the applicant good with the conditions?
Would you like me to bring the applicant in?
Yes, please.
They-
You have a
they're
motion
okay with it.
to approve.
Second motion.
The applicant has raised their hand. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Would you like me to bring him into the meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mike Price? You should be able to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate the motion to approve. However, I did want to look at making some slight adjustment to the conditions as presented. So there are 4 conditions. The first condition, what we would ask for is that instead of that being 8, that be changed to 7 acres of open space, and the rest of that language be stricken. It's too restrictive in the fact that I know I'll be having storm drainage. I'll be having storm pipes that I'll have to be installing. I've got access points to provide to property to the city of Chattanooga. So all of that gets to be a little over restrictive. Again, the plan, we don't see any changes based upon what we're showing, but that gets a little difficult for me to achieve the requirements that I'm going to have to meet in order to take care of some other items. So we would just ask that just be provide a minimum of 8 acres of open space. And then the last item, number 4, we're fine with the language with the caveat subject to the city of Chattanooga granting access. I can't force that access if the city of Chattanooga doesn't allow it to occur. I think they will, but I don't want to be forced to that and I can't get to it for some reason or another. And other than that, we accept staff recommendations as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Councilman Ledford, you made a motion, and who seconded that motion?
Yes, sir.
And that was Commissioner Martin. We've heard Mr. Price's comments. You wish to do anything?
I wish to amend my proposal or my motion to include the recommendations by the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, can staff clarify something? I think Mr. Price said he wanted to change that from 8 acres to 7 acres, and at the end he said 8 acres. So I just want to clarify, is that 7 or 8? I believe he meant 7.
7.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then how do we change that language at the end on number 4, Brian? Once
just
approved
add-
by the city?
Yeah, I'll just add subject provided connections approved by City of Chattanooga.
Okay. Yeah.
And Mr. Martin? You're muted. There you go.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So we do have an amended motion and it has been seconded. Is there any question or discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
maybe. Give me a sip of way, I think. Payne,
No. Yes.
Bailey. Bailey?
No.
Okay, no. Okay, Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Next case on the agenda is one applicant for a handful of spaces all really in close proximity to each other. Brian?
Yes, sir. I'll try. There's like 6 cases for this one general vicinity.
Right.
And I have on the screen just sort of an overview of those cases. They're out of order on the agenda for a reason. And the presentation's the same way, sort of trying to clarify what's going on. But case 31 is a rezone. and I have it highlighted on the screen. It's a rezone from A1 to R1. Case 36 generally is to put a PUD on top of this general vicinity. As part of that, case 35 is to revise, basically amend an old PUD boundary that's to the right here in the green. And then 34, again, is to abandon that old PUD. So it can get a little confusing, but that's generally what they're trying to do on those 4 cases with this piece of property. Now to the south, this is case 32 and 33. We do have opposition and support for these 2 cases, but I do believe the applicant wishes to defer case 32 and 33. So if you would like, I would go through 31, 36, 34, and 35 first.
Yeah, I think so. That's fine.
Okay. Case 31.
Before we get there.
Yes, sir.
I'm understanding there'd be opposition.
I'm not sure there's opposition to these cases at the top, which is 31, 36, 34, and 35. I suspect it was, but most opposition that we got, Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, were dedicated towards 32 and 33.
Yes, that's correct. Those are the only cases that we have opposition that's registered to speak.
Okay. All right, Mr. Schultz.
Okay. Case 31 is a request to rezone a portion of this property from A1 agriculture district to R1 single family residential district. It's about 7.26 acres in size. They're proposing 28 units just in this A1 portion. That equals a density of 3.85 dwelling units per acre. It's located at 7620 Snow Hill Road. Snow Hill Road is just to the left of this site, and here's the site. This is all part of the Champions Club. This is the view of the site from Snow Hill Road. This is the view west of the site across Snow Hill Road. The site's just to the right, and you can see the golf course path that goes up underneath the road. This is a view north of the site along Snow Hill Road. It's a golf course and townhomes. You can see the townhomes off to the rear of this picture. See the roofs of them. This is a view south of the site in Hampton Creek, PUD along Rambling Rose Drive. This is all single family detached dwellings. Again, this is currently zoned A1. To the north is R1 with a PUD. To the south is R1 with a PUD. And to the west is A1 with a PUD. So you have precedent in this general area for R1 zoning. And again, you see 2003 and 98, and again in 2003, where all of Hampton Creek was rezoned, as well as PUDs put on top of those properties. So there's some zoning history in this general area, but not on this A1 piece of property. This is a vacant piece of property. To the north is single family detached and attached units. You have a golf course that abuts this property. To the south is single family detached dwellings. And to the northwest is single family detached dwellings. And then of course, to the west is part of the golf course. This is the property highlighted in the red. The floodplain is just below this property. You can see the floodplain is the lighter blue and the darker blue, lighter blue is a floodway, but it seems like it just barely skirts around this property. So there's no floodplains on this particular piece of property. This is in the Wolf River Creek area plan, which was adopted in 2007. The place type or land use category for this particular piece of property is reserve. And those are generally classified for areas such as floodplains, steep slopes, open space, and corridors intended for buffers. They may also include golf courses and community lots. Although they are expected to remain relatively undeveloped, reserve lands still have the potential for development at higher intensity levels. In this case, the land should be developed at intensity compatible with surrounding uses. So again, the plan recommendation is reserved, but it also mentions the plan that these areas can be developed. So the proposal for a low intensity single family subdivision with dedicated open space would be compatible with adopted land use plan in this area. No site plan is required, but because this is a PUD, they did submit a site plan. So it's a little bit larger. If you see right here where I split this property in half, this is the portion of the property being rezoned to A1, which will become a much larger part of a PUD, which we'll talk about in the next case. There's just a closer view of that PUD plan. It's all single family detached dwellings with one entrance off of Snow Hill Road, lining up from Jonathan Drive. Proposing 43 units in this overall PUD. Again, there's 28 just in the A1, but if you look at the overall PUD, that increases to 43 lots. So based on case 31, which is a rezone, staff recommends to approve. The proposal for low intensity single family residential with dedicated open space would be compatible with the adopted Wood Creek area plan. It is compatible with adjacent land uses and the development form of the area, which is single family detached. And a small portion of the site does contain the 100-year floodplain, which again, if you look at it, it just seems like it's just outside, so it's hard to tell. But staff recommends to rezone the A1 to R1. Now, the next case on this property is to include this A1 part and extend the PUD. So it's the PUD for this particular property is highlighted in the red. But because this part up here that's hatched is in another PUD adjacent to this, we have to do an abandonment case and a new PUD on that property. So that's why we have so many cases on this. Again, this is a special exceptions permit for a PUD to include this A1 to R1 and to include this area in a separate PUD, which is called Hampton Village. Overall acres in this PUD is 15 acres. Proposed units is 43, and that equals a density of 2.87. Same area, just extending the PUD a little further north. Again, this is already zoned R1 with a PUD overlay. This is to the south is A1, but again, the applicant just requested to go to R1, which staff recommends to approve in case 2021-31. Same general adjacent uses, single family detached and a golf course. Same recommendation, which is reserve in the Wood Creek plan that we just discussed. Again, this is the PUD plan. It's about, the new PUD is 7.26 acres in size. And if you include the new part that's being added to this, it equals a little over 15 acres for single family detached. This is the PUD plan, what it would look like. Staff recommends to approve the new PUD. The proposal for low intensity single family residential is compatible with adopted plan. Again, compatible with adjacent land uses and is compatible with development form. And open space was provided. So staff recommends to approve case 36, which is for a new PUD plan. Case 35 is to revise a PUD from 2003. As you can see on the screen here, the original PUD plan came down and let me go to the next screen here. The original PUD plan was this area here, which includes the hatching. But because this area here is being transferred to this A1 zoning as part of a new PUD, this old PUD has to be amended. Staff recommends to approve case 35, which is a new amended PUD plan. Nothing changes on that except the boundary. And then finally, case 36 is to abandon that old PUD plan. So 31 is to approve, case 36 is to approve, 35 is to approve, and 34 is to approve.
Mr. Schultz, 33 and 32 are also to approve. Can you go through those? I know that the applicant has suggested they're going to withdraw those, but
I can
get a better understanding of how that's connected to everything else.
Okay. Yeah, all those cases we just went through is in this general vicinity here. Now moving south to Hampton Creek, that is case 32 and 33. And I'll go through those real quick. $33 is to provide a new PUD. Everything highlighted in the red on this screen was the original PUD plan that was approved back in 1998 by case 124 and 194. This overall area, Hampton Creek, is a PUD. It's in two separate PUDs. You have everything to the west here and everything to the east in a separate PUD. Overall, this was 125 acres. The applicant is proposing 11 new lots in this development. Because of those 11 new lots is considered a major change, the applicant has to go back through a PUD process as if it's a new application. So based on that, a total of 125 acres, 157 dwelling units, that density still equals 1.25 dwelling units per acre. So again, all the applicant's doing is providing a new PUD plan to add 11 new lots. This is the property in question, highlighted in yellow. It's at 7620 Snow Hill Road. It's currently zoned R1 with a PUD, and again, you can see on the screen here, it snakes around to the south and to the east and to the north. To the north, that's what we just talked about in the previous 4 cases. But this is the PUD plan as it currently exists. So there's no change to the boundary. These are the adjacent uses. It's all single family detached in this general vicinity.
Why is that 2 separate cases? One is to
establish a new PUD, and the one's to abandon the old PUD.
Gotcha. Okay.
So there is the difference in this case. There is a floodway that crosses this development. You can see that on the screen. This is all Hampton Creek, and you can see the floodway and floodplain. What I've highlighted in a red circle here, this is part of the golf course. And this general area is where the proposed 11 lots are to be located. So basically the developer is taking some of that golf course and creating 11 additional lots. They are not located in the flood. This looks like they're in the floodplain as of yet. As you can see, they're right through here. Same land use plan designations, Wolf River Creek, which was the reserve. This also has low intensity residential, which is typically 1 to 3 dwelling units per acre. Again, the 1998, which is phase 2 and phase 3 PUD that approved 146 lots, 125 acres. That was a density of 1.16, and it had a community lot acreage of 64.7. Again, so this is what was approved in 1998. Going towards today's request, same number of acres, 125.6 acres, adding 11 additional lots to create 157 lots in this development equals a density of 1.25. Same number of acres dedicated to community lot. It's 2.1 acres less than the original. So staff recommends to approve the PUD plan. As the proposal is still low intensity development, the proposal doesn't change the boundary. It does still provide open space to the community. So staff recommends to approve case 33, which is the new PUD plan. And in case 32 is to abandon that old PUD plan from 1998.
Mr. Chair, I received an email from the opposition who is the designated speaker for cases 32 and 33. And he said that he has also been asked to speak for the neighborhood in opposition for all of the other cases, 31, 34, 35, and 36.
Okay. And so we only have one speaker in opposition. He's going to represent all of them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've got a question. Are we hearing them all, or are we deferring the 32 and 33?
Well, I had asked to hear, I had asked Mr. Schultz to tell us what 33 and 32 were, but you know, the applicant has said that they want to defer those. I'd be curious to know whether they want to defer them because of all the opposition. All because the applicant wants to defer them does not mean we cannot approve them. So I just wanted to hear them rather than assuming we would defer, because I think we may very well want to approve them irregardless or deny them irregardless of what the applicant's requesting. At this point, they're on our agenda. We got to take action on them. And I didn't want to assume that we were going to defer them just because the applicant's asking to defer them. So I guess we'll hear from the applicant first, and then we'll hear from the designated speaker for opposition.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mr. Palmer?
I'll be quick, but Brian, you know, when we've redone PUDs before, it's typically been like the developer, the initial developer that's brought the PUD in for a change. Is there any kind of rule that the applicant has to be the declarant, or you know, can they just be the property owner that wants to add lots to be able to do a change to the PUD? I'm really more curious than anything. I don't remember ever seeing anything like this before.
It is a little different. Typically, it's a developer who originally started the PUD that comes in. But in this case, what has changed, this is a golf course, especially on 32 and 33. That's a golf course that's owned by the applicant, Mr. Stern. So that's why we took the application, and we took it a step further to also notify all property owners within that PUD. Just like any other homeowner, they can ask to rezone their property within that PUD. So that's how we looked at it. But in this case, if that golf course was a community lot owned by the homeowners, we would need some type of proof from that homeowners association giving the applicant permission to apply. But Mr. Stern owns the golf course. And it's not changing any of the boundaries of any other lot in that development. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from the applicant first.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Mike Price.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just as a point of clarity, can we just first talk about case 31, 34, 35, 36, which is the northern portion, and just vote on those and then move the other cases rather than trying to do all 6 at once? That gets confusing. The issues are totally separate. And I think it would be just clear and a little bit better in terms of process, if I might suggest.
That's fine. You can, yeah, we'll rule on them in order as they are on the agenda.
But on the agenda, they bounce around, which is what Brian was talking about in his initial presentation.
31, 36, 35, and 34.
Okay. So, yes, so the proposal here, Brian, if you can pull up then that particular case, which is the 43 units proposed there. Yeah, so again, we're asking to go A1 to R1. That certainly is in keeping with the zoning in the area and that which is on Hampton Creek itself. The access point is directly across from Hampton on the Lake. Just so that everyone understands, there have been numerous meetings, emails, phone calls that have taken place with the residents here in Hampton Creek and Hampton on the Lake and the village. There are 21 emails in support. There was a petition online that had 126 residents in support. There are emails that have gone out to neighbors. Every email that was sent to the applicant, Mr. Rick Stern, he's responded to, including phone calls as well. There were in-person meetings, as I understand, held on the 3rd, 4th, and 22nd of February. And so based on that, you know, especially in times of COVID, we have reached out to the community, but I think that requesting this to go from A1 to R1 and then putting 43 single family homes in this particular location and the community space that we are providing and the density staying certainly in keeping with the land use plan and staff recommended approval. We would ask that those 4 cases that were referenced be approved as requested. If there's any questions, be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Price. We'll hear from opposition.
Okay, I'm going to bring in John Anderson. Should be unmuted.
Good afternoon, Emily. Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. The opposition, I represent 30 property owners in the townhome area, and the concern in the opposition is that this is the beginning, as will be noted as the other cases, this is the beginning of the dominoes to fall as the rest of the golf course is developed. This is adding 43 units, which is a significant increase in density, although it may not be a per acre increase. It is a significant increase in density. There has been substantial reliance on the part of these property owners in the acquisition of their units as it relates to the green space that was shown on the PUDs, and that in Brian Schultz is correct that this is certainly different than what you would normally see in an amended PUD. This is now a PUD with several years on it, and as a result of this, the density, the view, the green space, all of which are set forth in Article 6 of the county's zoning regulations under Section 400, special permits by the Hamilton County Commission for PUDs. All of those have application here. It has matured, it has been relied upon, and at this point, it is in the view, at least of the property owners, and I think it's justified that this would be inappropriate to amend these PUDs to add this kind of density. Additionally, I know that the development regulations take care of post-development issues. Brian says it's close as to whether a piece of property is in the 100-year flood. There are already significant flood issues related to these properties and heavy rainfall. I have provided that photographic evidence to Emily, who's made it a part of the record, and I wanted to bring these items to the attention of all of the board and the staff as it relates to this. I do think that these are significant issues and need to be addressed, but more importantly, I believe it is contrary to the ownership of the units by folks who bought these on PUDs, relying on PUDs in 98 and 2003, and more than 15 years later to make significant substantive changes to these PUDs to the detriment of their property ownership. I understand that part of this is on the golf course, and it is going to be a decrease in green space. It is difficult to imagine how that cannot be considered a substantial decrease in green space, as well as a substantial increase in density. I believe this case to be significantly different from what you just previously debated in 28 and 29, I believe it was, as relates to a completely green PUD in the beginning of that PUD, but I would say that 15 to 20 years later, the issues would be exactly the same, even if the developer were coming back to change that PUD, increase density, change housing types. So respectfully to the chair and to the staff and to the commissioners, I would request that there be a motion to deny this for the zoning in case 31, and then for 34, 35, and 36 as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions should there be any. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions? All right, we'll give Mr. Price an opportunity to respond to the opposition. Mr. Price?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
You can.
Thank you. So first of all, let me talk about density. So the Hampton Village density goes with what is currently proposed from their current density, basically stays unchanged at 1.73 units per acre once this PUD would be approved. The density on the proposed development is 2.87. So well below what's called for in the land use plan. So we certainly meet that. Yes, this is different. It's unusual, but it doesn't make it not allowable, and staff has recommended that since they were recommended to approve. We still maintain quite a bit of green space, enough to continue the golf course operation. So just because we're rearranging green space does not mean that it is a detriment to the residents of the area. It just simply means we're rearranging it in order to accommodate a new development. I would also point out that none of this property that we're again asking for these 4 cases that you're looking at voting on now is in a 100-year flood, nor is it impacted in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So based on fact, we're keeping the golf course in operation. We're keeping green space. It is allowed. We're not in the 100-year flood. Our density falls well below the land use plan requirements. We would ask that these 4 cases be approved for this portion as requested. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price, this area in the PUD that's being reworked, who's the owner of this?
So The current ownership right now is the Champions Club is the ownership of all the green space area, and where this particular location for this development is, as well as the 5 acres that was purchased, it's being added to the PUD plan. That's part of this development.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, I'll go through these in order as they are on the agenda. We'll cover the first 4 and then we'll kind of circle the wagons on the last 2. In regards to case 2021-0031, it's the application rezoned from A1 to R1 and has a staff recommendation to approve. What's the will of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation for approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Mr. Maybe, and it has been seconded by Mr. Barone to approve. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a clarifying question? I feel like I'm hearing competing things about the open space requirement.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Schultz or Mr. Bridger, can you add a little bit more clarity around this issue of open space requirement from a previous PUD and how that applies to what we're considering today?
Sure. If you look at the old, I don't have a picture of the old PUD in front of me, but this general area highlighted right here, that would have been open space in the previous PUD. That's now going to be developed as single family. It's part of the golf course. So it is, this old original PUD over here is losing this part, which would have been open space.
So Mr. Price used the term rearrange, which may be true, but is it fair to say that the open space requirement from the original PUD is being, let me say that carefully, the open space that was provided as a part of the original PUD is being reduced in acreage?
Correct.
And
by this part here.
What are the requirements for the open space for the original PUD, and do we still meet them?
There is not a requirement in terms of percentage or amount of acres in a PUD requirement. As most times what we get in our PUDs is community lots with detention ponds. That's what we get most of the time. This is unique, and this was a golf course, but there was no condition or set percentage of acres dedicated to open space in the original PUD plan.
And that's not part of the PUD requirement? Typically.
No, it's not. There's not a certain percentage required. It just says open space shall be provided.
Thank you.
We do have a motion and it has been properly seconded. Any other discussion?
Yes. I'm going to ask my question again. And it really seems relevant here. Is our subdivision regulations have no standard for the applicant to be the declarant, to have declarant rights passed through to the developer to be able to ask for this change.
You're talking about the zoning regulations, not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Todd. Thank you. Yes. I have it. Thank you. Yes. I get it. It makes total sense, all of that, but to ask for a change like this by an owner that does not have declarant rights, I'm unclear on how that's possible.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Farmer, I'd like to ask, are you saying declarant rights, meaning the person that originally applied for the PUD is not the person that's requesting that the PUD be changed? Is that what you're saying?
So a developer that would have the PUD, and then if you, when you sold it, you can pass basically your developer rights, your declarant rights onto another purchaser. It's
Right.
not an unfrequent thing to happen.
I'm sorry, I got cut off. I got cut off from Zooming a few minutes ago. I didn't miss Mr. Farmer's question, but
Yeah, Brian, I'll jump on it. It's not common, you're right, Commissioner Farmer, but it does happen. If you recall, in the Highway 58 area, we had somebody, it was a HUD that was pretty old, and they were changing the community space. A lot of times it'll be the HOA. And the reason, because it is a little fuzzy, actually we got another case coming up, that's also an older PUD. And so what we try to do in those situations is we notify everybody in the area to make sure they at least receive notice. Because anybody could apply to rezone their property. Any individual property owner can apply. So, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not really clearly spelled out for older PUDs what constitutes being the applicant. Is that correct?
correct. And again, keep in mind, this property is actually owned by, I think Mr. Price, correct me if I'm wrong, it says the Champions Club. That Champions Club is owned by Mr. Stern. He owns that golf course and that property. We requesting to go from A1 to R1.
And this is Mike Price. That is correct. And what I again would mention is that the ownership rights did change when Rick Stern and others bought the property. So again, that passes the rights down. But of course, the beauty of a PUD, which is now being seen, is the fact that it doesn't mean that one can simply go in and wholesale change out the community space. And if one was saying, hey, we want to change this community space to now be a motor track, field for motorcycles running down through here, you could see everyone could be in opposition, have that opportunity. But what we're asking for is to rearrange the golf course and some of the space in through here, while still providing the community space and the golf course around all these properties. So the change is not gutting the community space plan that was originally developed by these plans, which actually I worked on some 23 years ago plus on all of these. So this is in keeping with the original plan and intent. It's just simply changing the way and arrangement of how that occurs.
Mr. Chair, the applicant has raised, or no, excuse me, not the applicant, the opposition, Mr. Anderson, has raised his virtual hand. If he has questions, would you like me to unmute him, or shall he wait for the next public comment for the cases 32 and 33?
Well, we do have a motion and it has been seconded, so I'd like to take action on this. And,
okay.
We do have a motion to approve. Has been seconded. Mr. Farmer asked a question. I think Mr. Bailey asked a question. Is there any other discussion in regards to that? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Coker.
Yes.
Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Yes.
Okay. Bailey.
No.
Okay. Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Barone.
Yes.
Farmer. So that was a yes, Mr. Farmer? Or abstain?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you. In regards to the next case, which is the actual change to the plan unit development, this is case 2021-0036. And it's item 7 on our agenda and has a staff recommendation to approve. That's the will of the commission.
May I ask a question? just for process. So you don't have to abandon the old PUD before you create a new PUD I'm just asking because.
Mr. Schultz?
You don't. It's easier to do it this way because what if you ban the PUD and the new PUD's not approved, you then forfeited your old original PUD plan. That's why we always put them last.
Understood.
By the way, Emily, can you share your hosting capabilities with me?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay,
Chairman,
Brian.
I'll make
you
a
should
motion
be
to
able
approve.
share.
Thank you, Mr. Maybe. We have a motion to
I'll
approve.
second.
Mr. Lehman has seconded that. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yes.
Bailey.
No.
Okay. Ledford.
Yeah.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Abstain.
Motion carries, Chair.
Next case on the agenda is case 2021-0035. This is to abandon the previous PUD. Has a staff recommendation to approve. What's the will of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, maybe it's a question of curiosity, but related to the question that was asked earlier, if the previous PUD was approved, what happens if the old PUD isn't abandoned? It seems like it would be abandoned by a matter of course.
Well, hopefully we don't live in the world of that what if. Mr. Baby, you made the motion to approve the new plan. Can you make a motion to abandon the old plan? But
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Lehman,
A second.
thank you. We do have a motion that has been properly seconded. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Lehman, okay. Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yes.
Bailey,
No.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Abstain.
Noted. Okay. Motion carries, Chair.
And then, Mr. Schultz, if I've got this right, we're abandoning the rest of that plan unit development with this one. Right?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion on item 9 on our agenda, 2021-0034. As a staff.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Maybe and has been properly seconded by Mr. Lehman. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yes.
Bailey, this is to abandon the PUD.
Is it to me? No.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Abstain.
Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Next two cases are 33 and 32. And Mr. Schultz, I think you've already explained to us what these are. We'll start with hearing from Mr. Price and then Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Brian, there should be a revised site plan that shows the proposed layout of those lots. Maybe you could pull up.
It's right there on the screen. Should be on the screen now.
Okay, so what we have in through here is adjacent to the Gentleman's Circle, which backs up to the clubhouse area now, was a part of the open space area. We have proposed to construct some single-family homes in through here, a total of 10. They would be rear loaded, which is in keeping with the other homes that are just south of here in the area. And square footage and character of these homes would also be matching those of the other homes. There should have been, Brian, another plan that was sent that shows how we would then use the remainder of the space as it relates to landscaping and replacing of the tennis court. Do you have that one by chance?
I do not have that one.
Okay, well, let me just state then that behind this area, there will be a area that will be used for golf cart parking area for those that are using the golf course. We will be expanding the clubhouse area and also the cart barn area. There will be a playground area that will be constructed that will be behind the current existing pool area. The 2 tennis courts will basically be removed, and instead we will go to 1 tennis court and 1 pickleball court. And then there is a 10-foot landscape strip that would be constructed for those homes that are to the left on the screen, as you see, or to the west of the development, those that back up. So again, let me state that there are, and I believe staff has been presented this, there have been 21 emails in support of the development, 126 the residents that have signed online in support of the project as well. So I believe that the main opposition that, as I understanding, are those that back up to development there off of Claude's Creek Drive, which is again those to the left. And so we are putting and proposing a 10-foot landscape strip that would be planted along the rear of those houses, right through there where the red dot is shown. So those would be evergreen trees that would be planted on the community space and would be maintained by the Champions Club LLC as far as the landscaping in through there. So we think by the fact that we've amended the plan going with the rear alley, 2 access points coming through there, that the plan has been amended based upon comments that we have received. And then of course, putting back the some of the other amenities and rearranging it in the area there behind these spaces, or these, not spaces, but those proposed 10 homes as well. Again, we would ask for this to be deferred. The reason being is we have an issue that we need to work through with the fire department. And so we are trying to figure that out now. And so we would ask for a 60-day deferral in order to work through those particular issues with the fire department, see if we can figure out some sort of suitable access points. Currently, Hampton Creek has over 200 homes. And as everyone is aware, when you're over 200 homes, you need a second access point. We're at 211 today. This course was developed before those regulations came online. So we will need to look at where we would provide that secondary access point. Given that, that's why we're asking for a 60-day deferral. If there's any questions, be happy to answer those.
I've got a question.
Mr. Payne.
During that deferral, would that give you time? I mean, I'm assuming you would need to talk to the residents about a second entrance as well. I mean, would that be part of what you're looking at doing?
Correct. If you look at the current plan, let's see, Brian, if you'll take that right, go back to the right and come down right there. There is actually a right of way that goes to another property owner that's there. And if you go to the south, Brian, and then go left, almost to Snow Hill Road, keep coming over, right down, down to the right there, there's also right of way that was left going to the southern property. There's also some other access points that we could certainly look at. So again, until we sort of can delve into more of the possibilities of providing that secondary access point, where that might be and what that might look like, take it back to the residents. Again, none of this has been done, hiding it under a rock. This has all been done out in the open. Mr. Stern has gone to great lengths to communicate with everyone, including those in opposition, so that it is out there for everyone to hear. So with that access now being figured out, we need a couple of weeks more to figure out what it is that the plan needs to be and look like, and then bring that back and after we run that by the community.
Can I make a motion, Mr. Chair?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we do have opposition, and I want to make sure we hear from opposition.
Okay.
Before we take any action and make any motions. So, Mr. Ledford.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Price, I appreciate you bringing up the fire department, because that was, I think, the reason I was hoping for a deferral, because that was weighing very heavily on me, that requirement. I know I'm not going to ask you, we obviously haven't heard from the fire marshal yet, but given that identifying, I think, to go back to Commissioner Payne's question, identifying that second entrance, if required, is 60 days going to be enough in this COVID environment still?
I believe that should be sufficient. Yes, sir. Again, we think we have addressed, again, not all, but many of the issues that were brought up with respect to the initial plan on these proposed homes here behind the clubhouse. Many of those have been addressed. The one issue that we still need to get addressed, though, is fire department access. So 60 days should be sufficient. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Emily, can we hear from Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Mr. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is John Anderson with the law firm Grant Combalinka and Harrison, PC. I'm here today on behalf of a number of property owners, the names of whom I've already provided to Emily. I would like to make a couple of comments that I do believe that it's a due process problem to have aggregated cases 31, 34, 35, and 36 without having an opportunity to have additional question. I did have my hand up to be able to make that comment at the time, and I do believe that that's a due process issue that did shortchange the opposition. Having said that, let me also make a comment and ask Brian a question. Brian, can you tell me where access is for the townhomes? Do they share access with Hampton Creek?
Are you talking about the townhomes to the north?
That's correct.
No, they do not share any type of access to this. As I see on the site plan, I don't see any access to it.
Okay. All right. Second, and it was difficult to tell. Second is that the comment I would have made earlier, it is not a rearranging of open space. It is a decrease. It needs to be called a decrease, there's not a substitute of any green space. There's not a substitute of green space in these two cases. And Mr. Price has requested to be deferred accordingly. And additionally, there's a revised site plan that is available for which Mr. Schultz didn't have access to review in addition to this fire. So we'd fully support the deferral of this for at least 60 days. But I do think this process of aggregating cases for expedient sakes, in this case, is a due process issue that is detrimental to the opposition in the prior four cases. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Anderson? All right, let's load the commission. Oh, I guess we get to hear from Mr. Price, but he's asking for a deferral. Mr. Price, do you have anything to add? Mr. Price, you're muted.
Sorry, can you down?
Yeah, do you have anything to add besides what you've
Yes,
already
sir.
asked?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Move to defer 60 days.
Second.
We have a motion from
Payne.
Payne, and the second was from Martin. Mr. Morgan, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone, Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Next case on the agenda is 2021-0037. This is located at 2500 Cowart Street. This is to rezone from R3 residential zone to UGC urban general commercial zone. This has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Emily, is the applicant present?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but to clarify the previous cases, I only had a motion and second made for
3-3.
what I thought was 33. I don't believe we did that for case 32, item 11.
Did not. We're on 32 right now.
Yes.
I make a motion that we defer 32 for 60 days, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Who seconded that?
Lehman.
We have a motion from Mr. Martin, and it has been seconded from Mr. Lehman to defer for 60 days. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
In regards to 2021-0037, located at 2500 Cowart Street, zone from R3 residential zone to UGC urban general commercial zone with a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Emily, do we have any opposition?
No, Mr. Chair, and the applicant is Mike Price, who is still on the call.
Fantastic. Mr. Price, real quick, do you have any comments in regards to these conditions?
Emily, would you mind pulling up the conditions, please? We have no changes proposed. We appreciate the staff's recommendation.
Move to approve.
Second. Motion to approve from Mr. Farmer and a second from Mr. Coker.
Yes.
Any discussion?
Right.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yep.
Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, can you take us through the mandatory referral?
I can. This is case MR 2021-38, same piece of property that just went through the rezoning request. This is a mandatory referral to abandon a public right-of-way or an alley. It's highlighted on the screen here in the red area, right through the middle of the property. Proposed use of this site is a townhome development. This alley is 10 foot wide. Here's an aerial view of that alley. You can see it's unopened. There's actually no physical pavement in this alleyway. Here's a review of the request. Alleyway's just somewhere through here. This is the alley to be abandoned based on the site plan provided by the applicant.
This is on the case we just heard.
This is, yes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Before we do that, if I might, Mr. Chairman, the staff recommendation is to deny on this, and we would not want that to occur if we could help it.
Well, the motion has been made to approve.
Approve.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm sorry.
Do you have a due process question, Mr. Price?
I do not, I apologize.
Thank you. We do have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Mr. Payne made the motion. Who seconded that?
Coker. Ledford.
Ledford and
I'll defer to Mr. Coker.
there you go. Any discussion? Mr. Bailey?
Go ahead.
Are you asking me? Mr.
Well, I'm assuming
Well,
that you would.
Okay, well,
you
this
would
is,
wanna-
I mean,
I would want to hear from you.
okay,
Vote on this.
in my view, this does not meet the planning commission and the city council policy. Public rights of way are used for access, and there's more development that can come with this property, such that this alley could be useful. And further, we just recently invested in a capital project in which we retained the driveway. We did that on all of the, that driveway right there is part of that is an old photograph. If you had a new photograph, you'd see that there's a new driveway and a new shared use path that's intended to accommodate that alley. CDOT would be willing to work with the developer, I think in a number of ways to retain the public functioning aspect of this alleyway. If my colleagues on the commission disagree and goes with the development, so be it. But that's my position. I'll be voting against an approval for this, but certainly would be willing to work with the developer regardless of how this ends up happening.
Thank you, Mr.
And I do think that was not CDOT's input, Mr. Chairman. I believe that was the planning staff that also recognized that the policy wasn't being met by the proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask staff's opinion on the denial, just for the record to hear it.
Yes, so I think Mr. Bailey covered what staff was going to say, that there was the South Broad plan, which is adopted by the City Council and Planning Commission, recommends making use of existing alleys on Cowler Street, an interconnected district through streets, which indicates a need to retain the alley. The redevelopment of the site could be modified to also retain the alley, and it doesn't meet the City of Chattanooga right-of-way closure and abandonment policy. That's why staff will lean towards a denial.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
You're welcome.
May I add, I think I said this, but just to make it really, really clear, I believe this development can happen without this abandonment. And I think that access can be retained with the alley being maintained as public.
And I agree with Mr. Bailey.
So does the property owner own both sides of that, the entire lot?
No.
No, he does not own this parcel here.
Okay.
If I might, Mr. Chair, the church, which is Hamlet Chapel Christian Methodist Episcopal Church, supports the application, and they are they are in favor and have made that known as well to abandon the alley.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Any further discussion? I guess the only thing I would add, I really appreciate Mr. Bailey's comment and Mr. Palmer's. But, you know, looking at, I don't know if Brian, you can pull it up, but there's an area map where it shows, well, that.
I don't believe I have that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, it's been attached, but it shows the blocks, plan north, plan south, east and west. And, you know, there are cases where these blocks have alleys and then cases where they don't. So it seems kind of random in nature that the block immediately plans south, and I think actually south, doesn't have an alley. The one immediately north of this doesn't have an alley. Everything west of it doesn't have an alley. And then southeast doesn't have an alley, southwest doesn't have an alley. So I think I don't disagree with anything that's been said, but I can see a case for this block also not having an alley. Most of them in that area don't. So anyways, I just wanted to look at the bigger picture for just a second. Discussion, Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Schultz, can you go back to the site plan and show us how the project is proposed to be accessed?
Here's the site plan that was submitted. Let's see, they're coming in here with the driveway. Looks like go through here. I'm assuming they're gonna put.
There was another plan that might be easier to read that you just passed. That one might be easier to see the access.
Yeah, here you see the parking lots here. Access coming off Calvert Street here. All this becoming a parking lot.
Mhm.
And right here would be the alley.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to vote the way I think the policy should, but since you made the comment about the discontinuity of alleys, I think alleys are functional block to block. And if anything, them not being continuous across an entire neighborhood could be viewed as a good thing because they're not intended to be to create alternative routes. So I think with any given block, I think alleys are useful, but they're primarily functional for access to that block. So the fact that they don't exist north and south, and I think if we probably did some research, we discovered that they used to exist. And actually, if we hadn't started to methodically allow them to be abandoned, we might have a much more useful system. So, again, CDOT would work with this developer. However, a lot of times we do recommend approval when there's alternatives given. There's rear vehicular access in this case, so it could potentially be some public access that's reoriented that serves the same function based on the site plan that Mr. Price has approved. So, just to reiterate, we're flexible on how this works.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to add any kind of comment, but I actually appreciate both views on this. I would only sort of make a statement that once you abandon the right of way, the only way you get it back is to go through a long process to actually acquire it in the future. So I'm very cautious of that. And my only other comment would be and I would stick a little bit more on policy related to this. I think either the policy needs to be looked at if you want, and I know that we open deliberate about these, but I actually value both positions, but I'll probably vote against it only because of that public right of way piece. Thank you.
Chairman.
Councilman Ledford.
Just to we talked about this recently and at City Council, trying to gain knowledge and perspective on alleyways. And the public brought forth quite a few concerns citywide about the maintenance of alleyways, the care that we take them. And I remember vividly one of the conversation pieces was, I guess, their perceived value if they're not exactly in existence. So that may be the perception that we kind of look at these alleyways, where if they look to be abandoned, then they don't seem to serve a public purpose, even though they may exist on paper. Getting the city to open them, maintain them, and create an alleyway that is accessible seems to be an afterthought when development starts to come in. So that was something that we talked about at council, and a lot of folks have come into the conversation on, I guess, the perception of how we maintain them. And I know that is expensive line item for CDOT to maintain, but I just wanted to share that perspective as this conversation did make its way to council recently.
Thank you, Councilman Ledford. Any more discussion?
I do. Does this end here or does it go to council? I don't remember.
It goes on.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make one quick comment if I may. Yeah, just kind of want to tag on to what Mr. Lehman was saying. Definitely see the rationale on both sides of the argument. Unlike him, though, I'm leaning towards supporting the motion that's on the table, but I would encourage the applicant to work with CDOT between now and when it goes to the city council to see if there's a way to accomplish both of y'all's objectives and maintain some sort of public right of way, but maybe realigning it or repositioning it on that property. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Beatty, I just want to chime back in on the tail end of that comment. Just say, to Blythe's comment and Lehman's comment and staff's recommendation, I'm a huge fan of an alley, but that alley was platted along with, lots that were intended probably when they were platted to be developed as, single family detached lots that would be, a certain size and loaded from the back, and public access would have made sense when those lots were originally platted. Now, that development form has changed, and when the development form changes, the need for that public right-of-way changes as well, because it's clearly not proposed that it would be developed as, single-family detached, that would be using an alley like you might have in Highland Park or St. Elmo. So I think as the development pattern changes and proposed plans come before us that, show different uses than what would have been contemplated when the original planning was done and the original alley was placed, I think we have to be flexible to change plans on that. So just some thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, does the applicant have any more comments to make based on those comments?
Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Ledford. What I'd like to point out is that 25th Street and 26th Street are your two most heavily traveled streets around this block. And we are eliminating the curb cuts on both of those streets. And instead, we're going to have one access point with parking that will then be screened from 25th and Williams and 26th Street by this abandonment. And so we have had discussions with CDOT. Unfortunately, their answer was split your buildings, lose units, and create this alley through here that neither the church nor the development would desire, and lose density in the process and create more access points. I think we're better off to eliminate two access points and go with one on Coward Street at the end of the day. And again, this alley, to the chairman's point, was platted years ago based upon a previous use that no longer exists. So I think given that, that's the reason that we have asked for it to be eliminated and go with the access point that is proposed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I got one, not to belabor it, I got one last question. Is this a policy that the Planning Commission approves, or is this just a departmental within City of Chattanooga? Just because I'm a firm believer in continuing to look at our policies and changing them when need be. So I tend to lean towards the policy. So I'm just curious if, and maybe this is for Brian, whether this is a Planning Commission approved policy or if it's just directly related to Chattanooga.
It's on the screen. It was adopted by the Planning Commission and ultimately City Council in November 8, 2016.
Thank you, Brian.
I also am reluctant to continue the conversation, but I do want to point out, as a counterpoint to what Mr. Price indicated, is that just to remember that while this development is proposing a consolidation of curb cuts, it's leaving a piece of property that presumably could be developed in the future that would not have access to an alley for the adopted plan's recommended vehicular access. So once the whole block was developed, of course, if the church remains in this location, then that would not be the case. But if the church were ever redeveloped, or that other parcel labeled as property B were redeveloped, they would have no choice but to create a new curb cut on a primary street, which also goes against the recommendation of the adopted plan.
I think that's a pretty valid point. Mr. Farmer, we haven't heard from you on this case. You wish to comment?
I'm sitting tight. I'm going to support the motion. Having both property owners in agreement, I think makes some sense. Everybody's said some very thoughtful things, and I agree with, I understand both sides, but I'm going to support the motion.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Just to be clear, this is a vote in favor of approving the alley closure.
That is correct.
Okay. Lehman,
No.
Martin,
Yes.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yes.
Bailey.
No.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Varone. Yes. Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you. Next case on the agenda is case 2021-0039. And this is located at 4200 Willard Drive, and it's an application to rezone from R3 MD to R4 special zone. I'm sorry, R3 MD and R4 special zone to R3 residential zone. In this case, has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Emily, have we got any opposition?
No, Mr. Chair, and the applicant is present.
Move to approve.
Second.
I just want to, we do have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. I do want to make sure we hear from the applicant in regards to,
Their hand is raised, Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to bring them in.
please.
Joseph, you should be allowed to speak.
Mr. Ingram, this is Chairman Collier. We've just made a motion, and it has been properly seconded to approve with conditions, but I want to hear your reaction to the condition before we take a vote on that.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. I assume you can hear me.
We can.
Our only condition, the maximum of 8 dwelling units, we were kind of trying to consolidate the zones out there. You can see what we're trying to do. And then the 8 dwelling units kind of really puts a pinch on us. It makes it difficult to develop that property. And I just, like I said, condition zoning is always complicated, but if we could at least get the 12 dwelling units per acre, that would really help this project move ahead, because it's just, the cost of development is just so high on a property with three sides of frontage. So our only thing would be if we could get some relief on the maximum density.
That changed condition 2, Chairman?
Yeah, it's condition 1, which is the maximum density of 8 dwelling units per acre.
And Mr. Chairman, and that condition, 8 dwelling units per acre, came from the land use plan, which recommends typically 6 to 8 dwelling units per acre. But the proposed site plan by the applicant had 17 dwelling units per acre. So we picked the 8 based on the land use plan, which is Highway 58 plan.
All right. I don't recall who made the motion or who seconded it, but any desire to amend that, or?
I don't think a motion has been made, Mr. Chair.
It was.
Yeah, there was a motion in a second.
Oh, okay,
there was.
sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I made that motion. I guess procedurally, I'm trying to think about the best way. Is it possible to just withdraw my motion? Is that?
That'd be fun.
I would withdraw my motion.
And who seconded that?
I think I did, Mr. Collier.
You okay with him withdrawing it?
Sure.
All right, Mr. Schultz, can you take us through this?
Sure. This is a request to rezone from R3MD and R4 to R3. It's approximately 1.1 acres in size. Applicant's proposing 20 units. That's a density of just less than 16.9. Located at 4200 Wheeler Drive, abutting Highway 153. Here's Wheeler Drive. This is Highway 58, and this is the site located here. This is a view of the site. This is a view south of the site. It's all single-family detached dwellings. This is a view west of the site. This is a view north of the site along Willard Avenue. The site's just behind this home. There's another view north of the site from Willard Avenue, Willard Drive. And this is a view of the site to the left, and you see Highway 153 to your right. It has two zoning designations, R3MD and R4. To the south across Highway 153 is R3 and R1. To the north is R2, but a little further north you have R4. Then to the east is R2 and R1, and then to the west is R2, and further west is M1 manufacturing. So there's various zones of this general location. A portion of this site was rezoned in 1985 from R2 to R4. Then the remainder of this site was rezoned to R3MD in 2015. They had conditions on that R3MD that no more than 3 apartment units and 1 shared driveway with parking behind the building. So the R3MD has those existing conditions, but this R4 is wide open as it currently stands. You have Highway 153 to the south, to the west is single family detached. Along Highway 58, you have commercial. Then you have single family detached and 2 family dwellings to the north of this site, and then to the east is single family detached dwellings. This is in the Highway 58 community plan, which was adopted in 2002, which recommends medium density residential, which is typically 6 to 8 dwelling units per acre. Again, this is about 17 dwelling units per acre proposed by the applicant, but the plan recommendation is 6 to 8. So staff recommended to approve. The proposed uses would be consistent with the plan, with the exception of the density. And that's why we came up with a density of 8 dwelling units per acre to make it more in line or more compatible with the policy recommendations of the plan. Also, no more than 4 attached units in 1 single massed townhouse building. And so that's approved with those 2 conditions. And just as a reminder, the R3 typically has it allows about 16 to 17 dwelling units per acre by right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
I have a question.
I want you to repeat that. By right, R3 has 16 to 17.
Typically the R3, without any conditions on this property, you could get 16 to 17 dwelling units per acre in R3 zone.
Okay, and then R4?
Of course, multifamily is the same thing, multifamily.
Okay, so I mean it's zoned R4 right now, right?
A portion of the site is without any conditions.
And then part of it is R3.
All right. And then again, this 8 dwelling units per acre, we pulled that from the policy recommendations of the adopted plan.
Okay. Somebody wanted to say something. Who was that?
I have a question. Okay, the R4 zone or the R3 zone that they're requesting, is there any stipulations that I don't think there is that those have to be fee simple properties? I mean, in other words, he could keep all these as one parcel and they could be rented, or he could break them up and they could be sold. Is that, do I have that right?
You're right. There's nothing that prohibits that.
Okay. Mr. Ingram, are these going to be for sale?
Mr. Ingram, you're on mute. Mr. Farmer's asking you.
Mr. Farmer, I don't know that answer. I assume they are, but I don't know. This is a new client, and so I don't know what their ultimate plan is. I just know that they bought the property with the zoning, and they were kind of anticipating 18 units or something like that. But the two boundaries made it complicated, and that's why we were trying. We figured we'd give up the R4, which has some other uses that would not fit in the neighborhood. And kind of down zone one and up zone the other is what we were trying to do. But I couldn't speak to whether these guys, everything else they've done, they've sold, is all I
Okay,
can say.
thank you.
I have a quick question, Chairman.
Councilman Ledford.
Hey, Mr. Ingram, did you run the 12 by Councilman Gilbert by chance?
No, I did not, because I was, I was thinking I was doing the down zone, and I have not talked to him. I kind of thought I was just consolidating districts, so I have not talked to Councilman Gilbert, and that might be.
Okay.
That was my mistake. I didn't think this would be complicated.
Well, in all fairness, he's been a little busy.
No doubt.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Ingram, we've taken this a little bit out of order. Is there anything else you wish to say?
No, I think that's just it, that we would really appreciate even just no condition or a condition. If we could do 12 would make this project work, but 8 makes this project difficult.
The only thing I'll add is that the current zoning would allow for much higher densities than the condition that's being proposed by staff. And I mean, I for one would not want to live next to Highway 153, and we do have sewer there, and we do have the ability to develop some density, and we've heard it over the course of the day about the need for less expensive housing. And I think whether this is, I think Jason Farmer asked a good question, but I think to some degree whether it's for sale or for rent doesn't really matter if a developer feels like this is a cost-effective way to develop this parcel. It sure does seem like a good thing to build with this kind of density, with this kind of infrastructure already in place. I keep thinking if we say that he can only put 8 units on this property and say he could put 16 otherwise, those 8 families that don't move here are going to need somewhere to live. And they're going to just move further down 153, or there's going to be some green field somewhere, or some forest somewhere that's going to have to be cut down in order for them to go there. And then infrastructure is going to have to be expanded, and roads are going to have to be widened. And so, just personally, every time we see a plan that has existing infrastructure, because we're going to turn down cases like we did earlier today where we said, hey, that needs to be deferred, or that's in the wrong place. But, I feel like here, it'd be hard to find a better place for this kind of density. I mean, outside of downtown or something like that. But I mean, good grief, he's got 2 curb cuts. He's got connectivity. He's right there on 153. I don't think anybody's going to build a single family detached house right next to 153. So I think anything we can do to promote density when we can, and then listen to the opposition when they're concerned about density in areas where it doesn't belong, we feel free to vote it down because we've supported it where it does belong, and we're turning it down where it doesn't belong. But we can't turn it down where it doesn't belong and then dial them back where it does belong. So anyways, it's just.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Ledford.
As the Chairman of Planning and Zoning for the city, I'll take this one by the hand and walk it through. And I'd like to change the condition on number 1 to a maximum density of 12 dwelling units per acre. And that's in the form of a motion.
Second, Cover.
We do have a motion from Councilman Ledford, and it has been seconded from Mr. Coker.
I got a question, a process question.
Commissioner Martin.
We didn't really have opposition to the 8 units, and we're calling an audible here, it appears to me, to take it to 12, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I can be supportive of that. But I guess my question when it comes to if the developer got with staff and they agreed on these conditions of 8, and there wasn't any real opposition to this, are we putting ourselves in a difficult situation for precedent by basically increasing it by half? Not half, but I guess a third, whatever, going from 8 to 12, 2/3 or a third. I don't have my calculator with me, Mr. Collier. But my question is really about the process of making that decision today. If it's gone through all the other steps to be vetted. I just want to check and make sure that the process is appropriate.
I think where Chairman Collier is pointing to is the fact that you've already got an R4 zone piece of property. So that gives a little more, in addition to, I think, all the points you made about trying to encourage density where you have the transportation infrastructure and you're closer to town. But I think the other thing that really kind of puts this over the edge, not speaking out of turn, Chairman Collier, is the fact that you got an R4 zone property that allows a much greater density. So if it's already allowing much greater density by right, why would we restrict it further?
That makes sense.
And if I might add on to that, Chairman, these conditions don't always go hand in hand or coincide with the applicant. These conditions are put forth by staff, correct?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay. So they're not actually in conjunction with the applicant at this level. They're the proposed conditions from staff. So this is, I think, a pretty good time. You make a great point, Commissioner, and I appreciate it very much. You always do to get me thinking, but that makes, I think this is probably one of the, and then we can also change that density if we find out at council level that that's something that the council representative has additional insight on. That number can also be rewound, but I'm more than willing to do my work and walk it through and work this through the city side.
Well, Councilman Ledford, I just want to say, appreciate your motion and your willingness to take it on through city council. And I don't vote on it anyways, unless something very strange happens. But I don't think we as a planning commission should be putting density caps on property that's already zoned for R4 and R3. I think that's doing the exact opposite of what we should be doing on this property. I mean, personally, I don't think it should have a density cap of 12. And I don't think Mr. Ingram should have suggested that it be 12. If by right, it's up to 16. This is a perfect area for that kind of density. It's got duplexes right next to it. And at some future date, we're going to need to be able to defend ourselves while we turn down a case for density in an area where it doesn't belong. We need to be pushing density where it does belong. This is an area where I don't think we should have any density cap at all. But I'll just go on record with that. I don't see where the difference between 12 and 16 would make any substantial impact to the community around it. And there are duplexes right next to it. So anyways.
Well said.
Any other discussion?
I'm not trying to bring this on too long, but with that, Mr. Ledford, would you, or Councilman Ledford, would you consider at all giving them 3 5-unit buildings instead of 3 4-unit buildings? And that way, then so they lose 5 units and they end up with 15 units. I just want more affordable housing. That's it.
I kind of alluded to that earlier with my question about line item 2. So however that works out for Mr. Ingram, I'm totally fine. Thank you for bringing that back.
That would be great.
Okay, we got that, Brian?
If there's a formal amendment.
I had a formal amendment.
It is.
So what was, I missed what was the wording of that? 3.
Change 12 to 15.
15 total. So condition 1 would be a maximum of 15 dwelling units per acre. Condition 2 would be no more than 5 attached units in one single mass townhouse building.
That'd be great.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay, works for me.
Who seconded that for Councilman Ledford earlier?
YL.
Well, can you second that amendment?
Sure.
Thank you. All in favor? Any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Kane,
Yep.
Bailey, Bailey,
Aye.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone, Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next case on the agenda is 2021-0040, and this is located at 2218 Bailey Avenue. And it's an application to rezone from R2 residential zone to UGC urban general commercial zone. It's got conditions, but it does have a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present?
No, Mr. Chair, and the applicant's representative is on the call.
Okay, so very quickly, I want to hear from the applicant in regards to the conditions and then make a decision about whether or not we hear from Mr. Schultz or take action on it.
Okay, Matt, Wing It, you should be allowed to speak.
Hey guys, thank you. I will say I read the staff report. They were hoping for 5 units. And so I did not see the updated site plan that I provided, but basically we've updated the site plan. So it is 5 townhome units now, 5 parking spaces, 10-foot type C landscape buffer to the west. So I think it meets all of the staff recommendations at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Winget.
Sure.
With that, I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Move with staff recommendation.
Motion to approve from Mr. Payne with staff conditions and has been seconded by Mr. Farmer. Any discussion?
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman, I do think this is a good case and I'll support it, but I also think this is a place where maybe we can look at a different alternative zoning type to avoid conditions. It's come up in the past and this might be a good example of that, but I'll support this zoning with the conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Kane,
Yep.
Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next item on the agenda is case 2021-0041, and this is located at 3331 Sanamo Avenue. And it's an application for a deviation from building mass and height requirements in UGC. And it has a staff recommendation to approve. I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Ledford, and it has been properly seconded. I think that's Mr. Palmer. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Kane,
Yep.
Bailey,
Aye.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next case on the agenda is case 2021-0042, and it's located at 3601 Bill Jones Road. And this is an application to rezone from A1 agricultural district to R1 single family district. And it has a staff recommendation to approve. Hey, Emily, it just occurred to me, I don't think I asked you if there was any opposition on that last case.
There was not, Mr. Chair, but there is one person who's registered to speak for this application.
Thank you. Registered to speak in opposition?
Yes.
Okay, right, so we have a recommendation from staff to approve, and we'll hear from Mr. Schultz. We'll hear from the applicant. And
Okay, this is case 2021-42, request to rezone from A1 agriculture district to R1 single family residential district for single family dwellings, a little less than 16 acres in size, proposing 37 units. That equals a density of 2.32. It's located at 3601 Bill Jones Road, as you can see on the screen here. Here's Bill Jones Road. It's just adjacent to Prairie Pass subdivision. Here's a view of the site from Bill Jones Road. You can see it's currently vacant. This is a view north of the site along Bill Jones Road. And this is an aerial view of the site. And again, you can see the roads. This is an older view. This is Prairie Pass subdivision that's currently under development. This is adjacent to that, which is part of another case we'll talk about in a few minutes. It's currently zoned A1. To the north, south, and east is A1. A little further east, you do have a C2 zone that sits there. Then west, immediately abutting this property is R1. So you have the Preston in the area of R1 in this general area. This R1 is also a PUD. To the north is single family detached. To the south and east is vacant land. A little further east, you do have larger lots, single family detached. And then to the west is a typical single family detached subdivision. This is in the White Oak Mountain Area Plan, which is adopted in 2019. That place type recommendation is conservation-based residential. The use of conservation type subdivisions is encouraged, but not required. Typically, you conserve large amounts of open space by clustering homes on smaller lots, less sensitive areas. For purposes of this development review, residential development is recommended to be low intensity, up to 2 dwelling units per acre. The request is compatible with adopted Area 12 plan. It is compatible with adjacent land uses, and it is compatible with adjacent development forum, which is single family detached dwellings. So staff recommends to approve the rezoning from A1 to R1 in this location.
thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? All right. Emily, can you bring that?
Yep, I will bring in Mike Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the request is to rezone 15.89 acres from A1 to R1. This will then be incorporated, the proposal, which will be heard with several cases coming up with the adjoining Prairie Pass subdivision, where we will incorporate this into that PUD. Similar to the cases heard on Hampton Creek, we have to abandon PUDs to then amend with new PUDs. The proposal is, again, to rezone this to create single family homes and also to create the secondary access points for all of Prairie Pass overall. The right of way that would come out, that flag that comes to Bill Jones Road, is 40 feet in width. We have had discussions with fire marshal for the county in this area, and he has indicated that he would request a 26-foot wide road, which can be constructed inside of that 26-foot right of way. So with that, we would ask for the approval.
All right. Mr. Schultz, we've got these 4 cases here.
Yes, you want me to go through the rest of them?
Yeah, if you would, they're all tied, right?
They are all tied, that's just like we did on Happening Lake. This is all tied. This is a little different than those other ones, so it might be a little easier. I'll go through the next case. This is case 21.
Mr. Chair, did you want to hear from the opposition for the first case or wait till Ryan goes through all of the cases? They're only in opposition to case 42.
Yeah, that'd be fine. We can go ahead and hear the opposition on that.
Okay, I'll bring in Callan Kurtz. You should be allowed to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. I live at 3887 Bill Jones Road. We understand that there's a huge amount of subdivisions that are probably going to be developed on this road. we already have a lot of traffic issues on this road, and I know you don't typically make judgments based on traffic, but what's been happening is on the Georgia side of the border, there's been subdivisions that are being built, and it's become, Bill Jones Road has become kind of an outlet to get from Georgia to Ottawa. In the last year, there have been 37 citations on this road for speeding. There's been multiple accidents on the road itself. There's been accidents at the intersection of East Brainerd and Bill Jones Road. East Hamilton Sheriff's Department it's well known Bill Jones Road is a problem, and then dumping more traffic out onto Bill Jones Road is only going to make the problem worse. It's gotten to a point where on Bill Jones Road, most of my neighbors are scared to pull out in the road a lot of times, especially during rush hour. We have other concerns with this property. Not only is it going to add to the traffic problem that we have now and make the community less safe. There's a concern with Chestnut Creek and the runoff that's going to occur from that property into Chestnut Creek. And then also in this area, we all know that there's a moratorium on building more subdivisions because there's no, they need more sewage treatment plants in the area. And as far as I understand, this particular piece of property is going to have sewage tanks on property in order to be able to access, each home to have its own sewer system. All these issues were raised at the recent zoning request for Dollar General, and a lot of them were heard. And I think a lot of them were taken into consideration when they denied that. It's really, dumping more of traffic onto Bill Jones Road is really going to make this road more unsafe. So thank you for hearing me. That's all I got.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Schultz, do we need to go ahead and take action on item 17 and then move through these other ones?
I think so. We'll probably take action on these one at a time.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the staff recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded by Councilman Ledford. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Yes.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Kane.
Recused.
Okay, noted. Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next case is 2021-0043, and this is 10802 East Brainerd Road, and it's an application rezone from C2 Local Business Commercial District to R1 Single Family Residential District. As a staff recommendation to approve, my understanding is that there's not any opposition present. I can't imagine Mr. Price wants to speak in regards to this.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Aye.
Payne,
Recused.
Maybe,
Aye.
Bailey,
Yes. Aye.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yeah.
Motion carries, Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schultz, these next two are in regards to plan unit development changes.
Yes, so this next two cases, actually 45 is a new PUD to incorporate those two properties that were just requested to be rezoned, as you can see on the screen. It
Gotcha.
incorporates that A1, R1 along Bill Jones, and this C2 to R1 on East Brainerd Road. It incorporates those areas into the PUD, and then the next case abandons the old original PUD boundary.
Thank you. And Mr. Price, we have conditions on case 45. Can you speak to the applicant's opinion on those conditions?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So just as a brief overview, the current PUD plan is approved for 383 lots. The new PUD plan, which increased the acreage by some 16 acres, will actually have 375 lots total. So we have an increase in acreage, but a decrease in density. And the only condition that we would ask is the staff recommended 2 access points on East Brainerd Road. We are asking that we have 1 on East Brainerd Road and the one that was just approved that would tie into Bill Jones. The reason that we're going out Bill Jones is we physically cannot get the second access point without going to Herculean efforts in grading and relocating a 24-inch water main. And so this is a far better plan and far less destructive to the property and to the work required by not having that secondary access point to East Brainerd Road. So we're in full compliance with county regulations by having the 2 access points as proposed. So that would be our one request, is to change the staff recommendations to have 2 access points on East Brainerd Road.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to clarify, that connection to Bill Jones Road was not just approved by the prior action. The property was rezoned from A1 to R1. And so I just want to make sure, because I've got a little bit of change on that condition that Mr. Price just spoke about, but the perception that we just approved a connection to Bill Jones through a rezoning change from A1 to R1 is not correct. And then relative to the conditions, and we probably wrote this from a staff perspective, but just from a rewording perspective, the 1 curb cut on Bill Jones Road would be subject to the approval by the jurisdictional fire marshal and with an approved variance from the Hamilton County subdivision regulations, because a 40-foot does not currently meet our subdivision regulations. So it says subject to approval by the Hamilton County Engineering Department. I just want to clarify that it's actually an approval by the jurisdictional fire marshal, and then it is a variance relative to right-of-way requirements. Our subdivision regs require 50 feet. So I think the avenue for a 40-foot would be a variance, and I'll rely on staff to correct me.
That is correct. I think Mr. Lehman stated that correctly.
Any other discussion? All right, what's the will of the commission in regards to the new PUD? And then we'll delete the PUD, the old PUD in the next case.
Move to approve.
Just need to clarify the conditions on that.
Yeah. And
Commissioner Martin, is that move to approve with
the clarity that Mr. Lehman.
This one, we're on case 2021-44, and so there are no conditions.
Well, if Brian just said we had to approve the new PUD before we abandon, I think this one was out of order. If I'm out of order, I'll wait and add the condition to the next one. But
okay, fair enough. So,
but you're right. The condition was for the new PUD, not the abandonment of the existing.
Yeah. Okay. So let me back up, and I apologize. We'll take case 2021-0045, which is the new PUD first, and I need a motion on that. And it's a staff recommendation to approve with conditions and the conditions that we've been discussing.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yes.
I guess just want to get a chance to hear from the applicant on Mr. Lehman's comments on that number 2.
Yeah. Mr. Price.
So when I said it was approved, and that's probably poor wording on my part, and I apologize. What I had indicated though in my presentation is that it was a 40-foot right of way and that we were intending to use that as our secondary access point. So when the motion to approve on the zoning, I should have worded it more that, again, that is where our secondary access point versus saying it was approved. I have no problems with the conditions that Todd has alluded to in terms of fire department and also staff approval to the highway department. Again, we would just ask for one access point on East Brainerd Road and not the second. So basically, number one, that condition is just stricken entirely is what I would ask for.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Lehman, if I was to make a motion to approve with only condition number 2, that meets your concerns?
Well, there's two issues. Let me sort of highlight them quickly. When he shows a development connected to Prairie Pass, that meets the subdivision regulations, at least per se, but it doesn't meet the fire code because he's above the 200 for Prairie Pass. If I understand what the applicant's asking for, his initial PUD said he must have 2 connections to East Brainerd Road. What he's asking for is now he's saying he only wants to have 1 connection to East Brainerd Road, and his secondary connection would be to Bill Jones. My only point that I want to make sure of is that that connection to Bill Jones is not currently approved because it does not meet the subdivision regulations, and it does. And as far as I know, he's probably had conversations with the jurisdictional fire marshal, but that doesn't happen until we get into the plat process. And so I guess my only point would be that if he gets the approval from the fire marshal and the variance on the right of way, then he'll meet the fire code and he'll meet the subdivision regulation. So in essence, that connection to East Brainerd Road would probably go away. I guess my only point back to the applicant would be that if for some reason he can't get a variance on the 40 feet or he can't get the jurisdictional fire marshal, he's not going to be able to develop the subdivision without appropriate access. And that's why I want to make the distinction between permitting and plat requirements and rezoning rezoning. And so I'm fine as long as we make the wording appropriate. The wording would have worked the way staff had it. I just think it's more appropriate to change it just so we're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about fire marshal access, secondary, and we're also talking about meeting subdivision regulations. So hopefully that's a long answer to clarify. Hopefully I didn't confuse it.
Mr. Lehman, why would we even need conditions in the PUD if they're going to be required with the preliminary plat?
Well, I was going to talk about this later on. I'm not sure we do, and I want to make the point, and that's why that's why my comment related to approval is that nothing we do from a land use perspective, even from a PUD. I mean, typically a PUD sets the maximum amount of lots, but if they can't meet the permit requirements and the regulations, it decreases. And I think people get a sense that if they get a zoning change, they automatically have a right to they may have right to a maximum. And so there doesn't need to be to be honest with you, there doesn't need to be a condition. They will not get a plat presented and approved and signed until they get a variance and they get an approval from the jurisdictional fire marshal. So I think some of this, and I think the applicant would add, it's better to talk about it now so everybody understands it going forward. But if they can't get fire marshal approval or a variance for 40 feet, they will not get a plat and there will not be a development. I think, so does there need to be a condition? No, but I think since we do conditions in certain situations, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Motion to approve the applicant's request with no conditions.
Second.
We have a motion to approve with no conditions, and it has been properly seconded. That motion was from Mr. Farmer, and it was seconded from who? Was that you, Mr. Payne?
Councilman
Councilman Ledford, thank you. Any discussion?
Ledford, thank.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Coker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne. Please
Recuse.
Recuse, yep. Okay, Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Here, now we're on the agenda number 19 for
Yep.
abandonment.
Case 2021-0044 has a staff recommendation to approve the residential plan unit development abandonment. What's the will of the commission?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Martin, and it was seconded from Councilman Ledford.
That is Veron, second.
Oh, thank you.
Got better hair.
Any discussion?
I don't hear that often.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman. Lehman.
Ask for a point of clarity. Because this is where, may I ask for, I know we just had a motion, but let me ask a question if I may. And this, I guess it goes to staff because currently he's got a PUD that says he's got to have 2 connections. And now we're approving a PUD that says that he's showing 2 connections. One of them is not, does not meet current regulations. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand, because I do understand, and I can do this before county commission if I need to, but my problem, let me say this, and this is more of a statement, and then we'll vote, is that there's sometimes not enough engineering done with planned unit developments to where these questions are already answered prior to approving a PUD that sets up an expectation that someone can get a maximum level of lots or appropriate connections when none of that engineering has been done relative to site distance, XLD cell and all that. So I guess I'm just making sure. I tell you what, I'm gonna abstain on the vote, and then we'll make sure that we're clear as we go to county commission for this. I'm fully aware of utility access from the front relative to a 40-foot right of way in the back, but our subdivision regulations do require 50 feet. So there would need to be a variance, and I'll add that back in to Mr. Farmer's question earlier. I may have misspoke, but anyway, I just wanted to make that statement.
Todd, probably can be handled just by noting it for the record, so then it's in the public record, so that's downstream, it's clear that caveat has been noted as part of PC's action, I would think. Chairman Collier.
Thank you, John.
So we're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of a vote. I'm thinking, so you're going to abstain, Todd, at this point?
Abstain.
Okay, Martin?
Yes.
Coker?
Yes.
Maybe?
Aye.
Okay, Payne is recused, I'm assuming. Bailey? Bailey?
Sorry. Yes.
Ledford?
Yes.
Palmer?
Aye.
Hyatt?
Yes.
Barone?
Yes.
Farmer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next case on the agenda is case 2021-0046, and this is located at 601 and 615 Westview Road. And this is an application to rezone from RT1 residential townhome 0 lot line or to an R1 residential zone. And this has a staff recommendation to approve. Emily, is there any opposition?
No, Mr. Chair.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman and a second from Mr. Payne. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Mr. Bridger, can you take roll call?
Yes, sir. Lehman?
Aye.
Martin?
Yes.
Coker?
Yes.
Maybe?
Aye.
Payne?
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer, Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Chair.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is mandatory referral 2021-0047. This is located at the 4000 block, Kirkland Avenue, and the 100 block of 47th Street. This is right-of-way abandonment and has a staff recommendation to approve. Emily, is there any opposition?
No, Mr. Chair.
What's the will of the commission?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Ledford, and it has been properly seconded from Ms. Hyatt. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Stoker,
Yes.
Maybe,
Aye.
Payne,
Yes.
Bailey. Bailey,
Yes.
Ledford,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Barone,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Next, we've got items 23 and 24. We've got a resolution to amend the Hamilton County zoning regulations, Article 5, general provisions, section 500, flood hazard district to include the adopted and updated national flood insurance program regulations.
Yes.
Any commissioners want to hear from staff on this?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for asking this. I know it's been a long meeting, and I don't know if I'd like to hear a full presentation, but maybe just a brief summary would be
Right.
helpful.
Okay, what this basically does, of the current language, encroachments are prohibited in the floodway unless you can prove through engineering studies that the floodplain will not be raised more than 1 foot. What this does is allow a community to permit encroachments in the floodway as a conditional letter, as long as you get a conditional letter of map revision from FEMA. FEMA is now allowing this to happen, so the county is just updating their flood regulations to match what FEMA adopted. So this allows you to permit encroachments in the floodway as long as you go through the process getting a conditional letter of map revision.
So where in the past you would not have to get the.
In the past, it was not permitted at all. This is the current language highlighted in the orangish color. It says encroachments are prohibited, including fill material, new construction, substantial improvements, other development, and within the regulatory floodway is prohibited unless you go through engineering studies that will prove at any point within that floodway, the base flood will not be raised more than 1 foot. So what this is now allowing you to do is permit encroachments as long as you go through a conditional letter of map revision through FEMA. Well, that's not been allowed in the past.
And can I add, so Todd, I guess, Todd, you've been working on this too. I mean, is that all that's in here? I'll admit I have not read this whole document. Is it?
Yes, that's the only thing that's
Is there
in
any
there.
other regulatory things that are in there? That's it?
No, Mr. Farmer, if I may, and what I would do for the development community that deals with FEMA floodways, maybe with some of your design professionals to let them comment on this prior to it going to county commission, and then you can bring that up. But this is, I don't want to say it this way, but this allows more opportunity. Let me say it this way. Currently, when we got the model FEMA floodway requirements from FEMA back in 2013, we accepted them that says you cannot encroach you cannot raise the base flood elevation in the 100-year period, in the 100-year floodway. When you cross or encroach the 100-year floodway, you cannot raise it at all, no increase. They've since changed to relax, I'll say this, to relax the regulation that would allow a conditional letter of map revision in the event that you go through the process and you do raise the base flood elevation, but it doesn't adversely impact additional private property, or so it allows something now that it didn't allow before. So I would encourage you to maybe talk to some of your, or read it, but it does allow something that we currently do not allow. It's actually allows an option that's not currently in our regulation.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if there's an opportunity for public comment for the amendments, but Mike Price has his hand raised.
Mike Price will let him speak if you would. We've dealt with him because he's dealing with a number of our FEMA floodway issues currently in the county.
Okay, Mike, you should be allowed to speak.
I'd like to know how this impacts the city too.
It doesn't impact the city council.
Not at all. Okay.
So yeah, thank you. I appreciate Todd bringing this to the Planning Commission for a vote. It sort of fixes some problems and constraints that we've run into that really there were no other way to basically work our way through a solution as it relates to development while meeting FEMA requirements and regulations. So this basically, and Todd, you can correct me if I'm wrong, since I was wrong the last go around, I'll make sure I'm right this time. I think that this basically will align county and city with regards to FEMA policy and what one can do as it relates to this process of doing work within floodways. But overall, this is a good thing and will help, I think, address some issues that currently we have in the county.
It does align us with the state model now, which is which they changed in 2019 to allow CLOMARs. The resolution they sent us in 2013 did not allow it. So,
and I have to clarify, this does not have any impact on the city. This is just strictly county at this point.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
I've got one question.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve, but Commissioner Martin, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to ask a question, either of I'm going to direct it to Mr. Lehman. So when a developer's building something in the floodway and they can't increase the water going downstream on their neighbor's property, how is this different and like that? How is it similar and how's it different from what we're doing now?
Commissioner, if I may, currently what it says is if you're going to cross a 100-year floodway and you're going to build a crossing, say a bridge or a different type of structure, you have to go through all the hydrology calculation to basically say we're not going to have a rise in the base flood elevation, and that's generally what we do for 80 or 90% of crossings, if not more. Typically, probably in the city jurisdictionally, you go through a process to make sure through engineering modeling that you have a 0.0 foot net increase to the backwater. It can be tailwater, but backwater of the base flood elevation that's set up through modeling. What the CLOMAR allows you to do is there may be situations that you get a 0.01 foot increase on the upstream side of the crossing that has no effect on anybody's property but your own. Our current regulations say you can't do it, can't cross it. I don't care. Our current regulations say if it's a 0.0001, obviously in a theoretical engineering model, that you raise the base flood elevation, even if it just impacts your personal property or undeveloped property, we can't allow you to cross that floodway. What this CLOMAR does is allows you on the front end to ask for a conditional matter of letter of map revision that will adjust that base flood in the model that may show a 0.001 increase upstream that has no impact on any other property other than your own. And so that I guess the question I think I can try to assure you of is that by no means does this change anything related to the flooding that potentially could occur in a 100-year floodway from additional structures. or from crossing that floodway. You still go through the process, you still go through a no rise. It's just in that certain circumstance to where you create a insignificant rise in base flood elevation, you can go through this process. I'll use an analogy as if we were going to build a road to a hospital, a very important road to a hospital, and we couldn't even get a bridge to get a no base flood, but we could get a bridge that may create an insignificant amount of base water or flood water behind, say, on a cow pasture. This would allow us to do it, whereas our current regulation would not even allow us to provide that access. If that makes some sense. This by no means diminishes our floodway, our federal floodway requirements relative to FEMA.
My question for you would be this, Mr. Lehman, if we were to put that insignificant amount of water in that cow pasture, would we own that cow pasture, or would we be impacting the person upstream who owns the cow pasture?
Well, let me say it this way: when you're impacting other property than your own, you have to go through a public process. So if the gentleman if the developer owned the cow pasture, it would change the flood. It would change the area on the cow pasture, and he could develop outside of it, which is what our current regulations say. If it adversely impacts additional private property, there's a public process you have to go through.
So is the bottom line in this, Mr. Lehman, that whereas right now, when we're building, we can't impact our neighbors and we can't even impact our own property, but this would allow us to impact our property, but we still protect our neighbors upstream and downstream.
That's a good analogy.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's the clarity I needed.
Mr. Maybe you had made a motion earlier.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad, I didn't mean to jump in front of Commissioner Martin there. That was a good question. Glad he was able to get that in. But yeah, I'll retain my motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any further discussion? Say no. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Coker.
Yes.
Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Yes.
Bailey. Dudley.
Yeah.
Palmer.
Aye.
Hyatt.
Aye.
Barone. I think he had to step out for a minute. Farmer.
Yes.
Motion passes, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Next case on the agenda is a resolution to amend the Hamilton County zoning regulations, Article 4, C2, local business commercial districts, Article 4, C3, general commercial, by adding tourist courts, motels, hotels as permitted use. Article 7, Board of Zoning Appeals, 500 special permits, 501, high-rise multifamily and office structures. I'll open the floor on discussion, but I want to leave that discussion in that to staff. I don't understand why it looks like building code and zoning code are being kind of weaved together. And I just don't understand why in the world anything before us in regards to zoning code would reference anything in regards to building code. That just seems very, very cumbersome to me. I don't understand.
Building code, I'm not sure. I'm not following what you're talking about in building code.
Well, I mean, under 501.
Special permits through Board of Zoning Appeals.
Well, I mean, is that already in our zoning code?
It is. It is. What section 501 of the Board of Zoning Appeals states for multifamily and office structures over 35 feet in height or 2.5 stories, you go in front of BOZA and get a special permit. We're adding to that hotels and motels. So if you want to do a hotel or motel in the C2 or C3 zone, taller than 35 feet or taller than 2.5 stories, you go in front of BOZA to get the special permit.
I'm good with going before BOZA to get the special permit, but why would we, if we're amending this, why would we not just go ahead and strike all of the references to building code throughout this condition? I mean, what Well, I mean, why are we talking about stairwells and fire hydrants and fire walls? And I mean, this is the very thing that we run into every day as developers.
I'm with you. That's in the current language. We're not changing any of that. The only thing we're adding to that section is hotels and motels. All that language in there is currently in the provision of section 501.
Right. Arguably, we had the opportunity to fix this section of our zoning code by taking out everything that would be related to the building code, right?
If you so choose. I think most of that was in there prior because, most of the fire departments in the county are volunteer fire departments. And I think this was a way to put it in if you want to go taller than 35 feet or 2.5 stories for a multifamily or office structure. There was some review by the fire departments. So I think that's why that was put in there. I did reach out to the fire marshal's office for comment on those standards. They wrote back they were fine with the way it was written. No needed changes. But if the planning commission wants to take all that out.
Would the developer not also have to, I mean, if they got a building permit, wouldn't they be subject to the IRC, the international, or the IBC, International Building Code? So why do
I can't answer that. I defer to Todd. I guess Todd's staff is the one that issues those permits. They'd have to meet any type of building code adopted by the county.
Ethan, if y'all want to, as a recommendation, because both versions go before county commission, we can certainly. I think I hear you saying is, do we need to include it in there if the fire marshal's going to do this part of the permitting process anyway? And we can, between now and county commission, kind of take that conversation up if y'all want to just move it along without that language.
That'd be fine. And I think as the opportunity presents itself to strike language in reference to building code that happens to be in our zoning code, I think we should get rid of any duplicate codes because the building code is being newly adopted every couple of years in the county. And the zoning code, it becomes antiquated pretty quickly. So as we're considering these amendments, I think we need to strike any reference to building codes.
And basically, at the end of the day, what that special permit is doing, you're getting a variance without calling it that, because the county doesn't have that provision where if you set back additional foot from the setback line, you can go taller. The county doesn't have that, so you'd have to get a variance from BOZA. I think this is one way this was created back in the day, to call it a variance, but call it a special permit instead.
Okay.
So as it stands right now in a C2 zone, if I wanted to put a hotel 4 stories, I couldn't do it?
Could not.
Okay.
As it stands today, hotels and motels are prohibited. Same thing with C3. It doesn't specifically state hotels and motels. The only zone that you can have would be a C1 zone. But you look at the uses in the C2 and C3, there's really intensive uses. So why were these ever excluded? So that's why we're adding the C2 and hotels and motels into the C2 and C3 zones.
Okay. So you're basically just what you're doing is liberalizing this for hotels and motels. They just have to go through okay.
Correct. And then if you want to go taller than 2.5 stories or 35 feet, you have to go get this special permit.
You still have an avenue. You just got to go to BOZA to do it.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right.
Any further discussion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Mr. Payne. Can I
Second.
I got a second from Mr. Farmer. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman. He's not here. Okay. Martin.
Aye.
Stoker.
Yes.
Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Yes.
Is Bailey here? I don't see. Okay. Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Okay. Hyatt.
Yes.
I think Barone's still not here. And Farmer.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll, Chairman, that passes. If you, what we'll do is convey, at least between now and county commission, see if what I'm hearing is, if it's not a problem, to go ahead and take that language out. That's from, and I know Commissioner Martin, who's on this call, will remember that coming into committee. So we'll bring that up, I guess, when we get there, and the committee can opt to take that language out after we consult with the fire marshal folks.
Okay, that's great. Hey, I got one question before we move on to public comments. I was not at the last planning commission meeting, and I've looked through the minutes and I don't see it in the minutes. Did y'all change our pay structure where planning commissioners get paid based on the number of comments they make during the case?
I can assure you, I would be one that would vote against that, Mr. Collier.
No
I
comment.
wondered, like, what the hell happened? I was gone for 1 month, and it's like, I guess we're just getting paid more now or something. I don't know.
My comment is this, Mr. Collier, there's 1,000 ways to make money in this great country of ours, and government shouldn't be one of the ones that you employ to make a whole lot of money.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're getting paid a whole lot for our service today. Hopefully we're all getting a little smarter. I don't know. We do have time on our agenda for public comment on non-agenda items. Emily, is there anybody?
Yes, Doug Fisher.
Fantastic.
Doug, you're unmuted. You're able to speak. You need to unmute.
So can you hear me now, Emily?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Doug Fisher, and I serve as the Executive Officer at the Home Builders Association of Greater Chattanooga. The HBAGC represents more than 135 professional home builders and developers and nearly 500 small business owners and their employees whose livelihood depends on the construction industry. In the latest economic impact study, data indicates the home building industry in the Chattanooga area contributes nearly $200 million in local income. It further shows the industry is responsible for the creation of more than $29 million in taxes and other revenue to local government. Perhaps long-term, but more important, is the fact that the home building industry directly employs more than 3,100 people of all ethnic and economic status groups in Hamilton County, Tennessee. The indirect impact, accounting for title companies, mortgage brokers, pest controls, equipment sales, and lenders, is unknown. If we do not do something to curb the latest trend of historical low housing inventory, not to mention the availability of affordable housing and developable properties, we will face difficult times ahead. I always find it important to mention that the national data shows us that 26% of the cost of housing is due to regulatory measures. I bring before you today an initiative created by those within the industry that day in and day out continue to drive economic prosperity and to all segments of our community, create jobs, and broaden our tax base. As our HBA Government Affairs Committee began to create what we have termed the HBAGC Smart and Responsible Growth Initiative, the panel was challenged with answering 4 fundamental questions for each individual initiative. Number 1, is the request for change reasonable? Number 2, is it conceivable that we can get it passed? 3, can we make the case for its community benefit? And finally, does any other higher regulatory agency prevent it from being passed? We believe the document I am sharing with you today meets all of those standards. Finally, before we briefly go through the initiative with the remaining time I have left, I'd submit to you that the building industry has for decades accepted the rules and regulations created by our governing authorities. And while we have the utmost respect for and understand the needs for these governing bodies, we feel it's time for the industry to bring forward measures that we believe will stimulate continued responsible growth and economic prosperity for our community. So Emily, or Ms. Schultz, if you wouldn't mind kindly on the first page of our PowerPoint, which is very brief. I know you guys have had a very long day, and I will try to be as brief as I can.
Sure, just tell me when you want to go to the next slide.
Yes, sir, thank you. So first is an infrastructure. We're proposing that local streets to be changed from 26 feet of pavement to 22 feet. As it pertains to cul-de-sacs, reducing them from 22 feet to 20 feet, changing the definition from 10 lots or less to 40 lots or less. Sidewalks, reduce the requirement from 5 feet to 4 feet. Next slide. And we wanted to give in each instance of these initiatives our rationale for and the benefit for, and to again cover those 4 pillars that we tested. The first one in this case is cost and affordability. When these things are changed and a lot of reductions that are involved in it, so goes the cost of housing. Conservation of stormwater reduction by 30%. This is an engineered proved fact that let smaller roads create less stormwater. We all would love to be able to do something about reducing the amount of stormwater. Safety, clearly smaller streets slows down traffic. It's been proven time and time again. It reduces the cost to county for long-term maintenance and often makes sidewalks, that the existing regulations often make sidewalks cost prohibitive. Next one, please. Flag lots, which we realize have had a kind of a bad name in the past, and I think there's no one that's involved in the industry doesn't realize that it has been a sensitive issue. But we're proposing, as it'll show you in the next slide, everything that I'm saying to you is under the auspice of a brand new development. This is not asking to go back into communities where people are already settled into their particular subdivision and asking for changes there. This is in new subdivisions. In that case, we would ask for the lot area from 1 acre to a 1/4 acre lot. Minimum width, the road frontage for a flag lot from 25 to 15. Flag lot setbacks the same as the underlying zone, and remove variance requirements for more than 2 flag lots in a major subdivision. You can go on. This is the key word and the thing that we're hearing over and over again, that what we believe actually is going to change a lot of things is density. And there's really just no one in the industry right now that wouldn't tell you that to get to more affordable housing, you've got to have density. Things are changing in the county. Things are different than the way they've been in the past. And it's time for us to make some changes to keep up with those changes. Use of flag lots will be allowed in efforts to better use land efficiently. This is kind of redundant land efficiency, and then pertains only to new developments. Next, please. I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm going to leave it with you to go through because it is rather lengthy, and it is a updating, modernization, if you will, to zoning regulations. Understand that by putting this into the record today, it's our thoughts and belief that this now launches our thought processes of many months of studying this issue, and takes it to your professionals, that being the staff of the RPA, that they're going to differ from us on a lot of the ways that they may look at it. And that's okay. And that's why we're doing exactly what we're doing today, which is to present this, get this out there into Mr. Bridger's process, and let his staff take the things that we put out in front of him and show us the reasons why not, I would say, instead of just saying no. Last page is zoning. The benefits of, again, is cost, conservation, density, affordability. You're able to build larger homes on smaller lots, allows for more pedestrian-friendly communities, reduces the impervious area of the driveway, which again goes to the stormwater issue, and reduces the length of all utility connections. The very last page is just merely a comparison that shows you what we're proposing as it compares to the existing RT1, RTZ, RT2, so on. So I hope that I've delivered some really good reading material for you folks as you leave, because I know your day's not been long enough. But at least want to get the ball rolling and this process started to ask the commission to consider our request at whatever process you deem to be the way to approach all the things we've asked for. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Chairman, I don't believe our staff emailed this slide presentation out to the PC members. We'll be glad to do that tomorrow.
That'd be great.
I have a question.
Mr. Palmer.
Thanks, Mr. Fisher. You're always very professional and well-spoken. These look like county regulations. Is this just a proposal for the county only?
That is correct.
Do you envision this for the city at some point?
Well, I think that you probably find out that a lot of these things parallel existing city, particularly where it's pretty obvious that the city has, I guess it's more appropriate to look at density issues, has been more appropriate to look at density issues inside the city as opposed to the county. Our issue is that very frankly, we're running out of land. And Hamilton County has got plenty of property that, given some modernization of as Mr. Bridger would say, tools in their belt to accommodate us in development in the county is paramount.
Mr. Chairman, I think staff, also the city, Mr. Farmer, just a reminder, we're going through the zoning code assessment, and out of that possibly will come new zoning tools like the urban residential zoning tools that will look at smaller lots, smaller furnaces. So we are making steps going towards that in the city in terms of new urban residential zones.
So I guess look at next steps, Chairman Collier. I think the understanding Mr. Fisher's request is for staff to look at this, and we'll sort of provide a review and some, as you noted, some things we agree, some things we might have a different recommendation, but we would make those presentations to you at next month's meeting. After y'all have looked at that, then I think you all as a commission, kind of direct us which tool to build out in relation to this particular request. And that'll be our next task, is to build out that tool after y'all have had a chance to kind of hear some of our feedback.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea, but can you elaborate on what kind of time frame we might have? You would come
Sure.
back to us.
Sure, our plan is to come back in April to basically April PC to kind of give you our thoughts on this recommendation from the home builders, as well as looking at what they specifically recommend, and maybe also offer some additional tools to consider. So you'll have a chance to look at that as a body, and then after you've reviewed that, you would then provide some direction to us as staff as far as which tools to build out. That would then be something that could be considered for adoption at your May PC meeting.
Okay. So do you need a formal motion on that?
I think it would be good, yeah, just to kind of give us a launch point.
Okay.
You're looking for a motion to
direct staff to look at this and kind of come back to us with some feedback. Right. So moved. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Any second to that?
Second.
Mr. Farmer, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Lehman's not here, so it'll be Martin.
Yes.
Coker.
Yes.
Maybe.
Aye.
Payne.
Yeah.
Bailey's not here. Ledford.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Verone's not here. Farmer.
Yeah.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on non-agenda items?
Got a short announcement, very short. Just want to let you all know that I will be leaving the RPA post at the end of May. I'm looking at another career transition, and it's been a great joy serving you all as the executive director of RPA and serving on this board and serving with our staff. But just kind of, as I'm getting to this point in my career, I'm ready to kind of make that next change. And so I'm going to be pursuing a career in the mortgage finance industry. At least that's my goal at this point. So I'll keep you posted on my progress, but I've formally turned in my letter of intent to resign today. But I plan on staying on the post through the end of May.
Ooh.
John, was it Mike Price today? Is that what did it?
Yeah, that just took me over the edge.
We're gonna miss you. We're gonna miss you, John. You're fantastic. Whoever's coming in has huge shoes to fill.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
Thank you for your service. I know it's appreciated by all of us.
We'll miss you, John. I remember when you left the first time.
Okay. Thank you.
He left the first.
Well,
We're
John,
going to have a huge roasting party for John. There's
Oh,
so
Lord.
many stories on
Bad.
John. We can't let him get out here that easy.
Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
we can make some plans for that. Well, thank you, John.
Thank you.
I certainly have had the pleasure of working with you very closely over the last, I think it's been almost 8 years.
Mhm.
And I think you've done a fantastic job. I cannot imagine managing the staff that you have. I think that would be just an absolute nightmare, and you've done a great job of that. I'm mostly kidding and mostly.
Ethan, I think you're wrong. I think it's us trying to manage John. Keep him straight.
I get it from both ways.
I was thinking, Brian, Emily, and Karen are still on here.
Yeah, we try to manage John, keep him straight and going in the right path.
Hence my decision. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you'll certainly be missed. So I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So great job.
Who am I going to talk to all week, John?
He's not leaving town. You can still call him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I do need approval of the planning commission minutes of February 8th, which I guess will cover our compensation changes.
So moved.
Yes. We do have a motion that has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Topher?
Yes.
Maybe?
Aye.
Payne?
Yep.
Bailey? I hear it. Ledford?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Hyatt?
Yes.
And Farmer?
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night. John, thank you much.
Hi, everybody. I'm gonna